As the population in Baltimore City dwindles, the mayor's staff grows. Why some critics argue there is a serious lack of efficiency in City Hall. Plus, residents are demanding answers about the Safe Streets program, the heated exchange between a Baltimore citizen and Mayor Brandon Scott about transparency.
And our temperatures not too bad this morning. We'll talk about what we can expect today and if there's any more rain in our future.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, August 17th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast as we are now looking forward to the weekend, Justin.
And happy birthday eve to you.
Thank
Yeah, Megan, celebrating a birthday tomorrow. Excited for that. We are excited, too, because it's Friday Eve as well as we take you outside right now. Not too much happening early over downtown Baltimore on this beautiful Thursday morning. Our temperatures are in the 60s, actually, so a little cooler than where we were yesterday. Cockeysville and Towson at 67. 69 your temp in Baltimore City. We're at 71 in Dundalk right now. So a mild Thursday morning. We will be warmer and more humid for the afternoon. And then we actually will have a cooler start to the weekend. So our morning commute, not too bad. Upper 60s next couple of hours. Probably can have the windows down on your drive to work. Back with your full forecast. We'll track if there's any rain in our future and some of those numbers for the weekend that I think you're going to like, Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. We do begin this morning in a city in crisis. Despite its dwindling population, the size of the Baltimore's mayor's office is reaching historic highs. 7 years ago, the mayor's office had a staff of 39 full-time employees that operated on a $5.2 million budget. Today, the mayor's staff has soared to 103 employees operating on a $17.1 million budget.
City government keeps growing and growing and growing while the population keeps declining. There's a serious lack of efficiency. When the people who are there cannot do the job or are unable to do the job, the answer isn't to just hire more people.
At a City Hall budget hearing 2 months ago, the city manager, Faith Leach, blamed much of the growing staff on the reorganization of other city agencies, combined with the addition of 13 new development positions. However, Councilman Eric Costello questioned the top dollar salaries being offered, saying some were being offered $50,000 more than their predecessor. With 103 City Hall staffers, the mayor's office now outpaces similar offices in larger cities like Boston, where the mayor's staff has 61 employees. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore city government has gotten too big? So far, 93% of people who voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. During this week's town hall with Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Commissioner Richard Worley, there was a tense back and forth with a woman wanting to know more information about Safe Streets. She tried to ask Worley how the police department would work with Safe Streets to make the city safer, and instead, the mayor took the question.
We have to understand that there's always transparency with these programs. The monies that we spend on Safe Streets is out there for anybody to see.
None of us wants anyone to be hurt, harmed, certainly not killed or murdered, Absolutely. Whether it's Safe Streets or anyone else.
We don't control what nonprofits do with their money. So if they want to show you what they're doing, and all nonprofits information is out there. Every nonprofit has to talk about how their money is spent. So I just want the residents to know that the city doesn't control how a nonprofit gives out their information.
Fox 45 News has gone through the contracts, and the city actually limits what LifeBridge and Catholic charities are allowed to say. Any Safe Streets publications has to be approved first by Monzi, and all media statements must be approved. While the mayor says the nonprofits publicize their finances, that report on 990 doesn't give the public detailed information. Mayor Scott continues to reiterate the importance of keeping the names of Safe Streets workers private. Fox 45 News has asked the city for time cards and other workforce documentation with the names of the employees redacted, but we still have not gotten it. Well, Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years now. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. An update for you this morning. 16-year-old Tavon Scott, the squeegee kid, convicted of manslaughter in the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds at the Inner Harbor, will be sentenced on October 23rd. Scott avoided first and second-degree murder charges. The jury rejected that it was premeditated murder due to Reynolds approaching the group of squeegee kids with a baseball bat. Scott faces up to 35 years in prison. His defense team still plans to petition for the case to be tried again in juvenile court. Police in Portland, Maine say a 10-year-old who went missing in Baltimore has been found in Portland. Police say a 17-year-old abducted the 10-year-old on Sunday in Baltimore, and the 10-year-old has since been reunited with their parents. The teen is being extradited back to Baltimore and is expected to face abduction and human trafficking charges. Turning now to counties under pressure, a Baltimore County father is telling Fox 45 News what happened when a man opened fire in a Sky Zone trampoline park, killing another person in front of children.
And I looked to my left, immediate left, and that's when I realized it was not firecrackers.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at 4:40 here on your Thursday morning, almost the weekend. We call it Friday Eve around here. Beautiful shot here from our Towson camera. Overall, not too bad. Actually, a little cooler this morning than we've been the last few mornings, with numbers right now mainly in the 60s. So as you're about to head out the door, the next couple of hours, you'll definitely need those sunglasses. No need for the umbrella or the jacket, as we're really not tracking any rain. We are looking at a pretty good jogging cast here. Temperature staying in the mid to upper 60s through the course of the morning. In a few minutes, we'll go through your full forecast, which is going to take you into the weekend. Some very nice numbers as we get into Friday and Saturday, and then that heat starts coming back. So it's a little preview, but we'll lay it all out for you coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Fox 45 News is learning the 16-year-old killed in a double shooting Monday night was a student at Digital Harbor High School. Friends of 16-year-old Bryson Hudson sharing this picture that you see on your screen of him. Police believe that it was a drive-by shooting near Johns Hopkins Hospital. A 26-year-old was also shot. Hudson is the 13th juvenile killed so far this year in Baltimore.
It took less than a month for us to see changes in the respiratory function of those using e-cigarettes. I'm Liz Bonus. We share the latest research and what we should all know about our health just ahead.
Plus, the Fulton County DA saying when she wants the trial of former President Donald Trump to take place, why critics argue the case may be too complicated for that to happen. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. New retail sales reports show top earners struggling just as much as those making less. A leading economist joins us to discuss the state of the economic future here in America. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. We have a health watch for you this morning. A new study has an important warning for those who vape, even for a short time. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how it appears to impact the ability to breathe.
Hey there, everybody. Researchers in this study found young people are at risk for lingering respiratory symptoms after just 30 days of electronic or e-cigarette use. These symptoms included respiratory symptoms such as bronchitis, even shortness of breath. Researchers at the Center for Tobacco Research at The Ohio State University Comprehensive Cancer Center surveyed e-cigarette users between the ages of 17 and 20. They said even when they took out other things that could influence breathing problems in young people, such as secondhand smoke and cannabis use,
we do see associations with shortness of breath and symptoms of chronic bronchitis like coughing, increased phlegm.
Dr. Elena Tackett says we don't know right now about all products teens vape, but in this study,
we specifically asked about e-cigarette product use with nicotine.
So Dr. Tackett says young people should know that in addition to substances in e-cigarette aerosol, which can harm the lungs, those that vape products with nicotine have the potential to be wheezing and having breathing trouble, as well as chronic respiratory conditions. Now, researchers say this data should be considered in future messaging and regulation decisions around the sales of these e-cigarettes. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. The search continues in Maui, where crews are sifting through rubble and ash for more victims of last week's wildfires. The death toll now stands at 110. That number is expected to rise as only 38% of the impacted areas have been searched. To help, state officials are deploying additional personnel and resources, including 10 extra cadaver dogs to Lahaina. The town suffered the brunt of the damage, and now residents there are voicing concerns over outside land developers.
People are right now traumatized. Please don't approach them with an offer to buy land. Please don't approach their families to tell them that they're going to be better off if they make a deal, because we're not going to allow it.
The destruction caused by the fire amounts to an estimated $5.6 billion in property value, with over 2,700 buildings destroyed. A new study shows hurricanes in the U.S. have killed thousands more people than traditionally calculated by meteorologists. Experts found between 1988 and 2019, more than 18,000 people likely died because of hurricanes and tropical cyclones in the continental U.S. The study includes those who were indirectly killed by looking at an area's overall number of deaths just before, during, and after a hurricane, and then comparing it to normal years. Researchers found the vast majority of deaths were concentrated in the poor and vulnerable communities. It is 4:48 now. We want to take you live over Towson and also the Inner Harbor here this morning. It's going to be warmer, a little more humid out there. Temps for this weekend looking nice. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. All of this is wonderful, except my heart hurts a little bit that sunsets are not going to be past 8 o'clock anymore till spring.
May.
Till May.
No, I love it. Come on, it's a morning show. We don't get sleep. You know, people are mowing at like 8:30 at night. And I'm like, I'm trying to go to bed. I know, but I like the longer days. You're a summer baby. I understand. So it's all good.
Yeah.
All right.
It's that time of year.
Yeah.
End of summer.
PSLs, they're coming.
It's not far.
Yeah. I mean, 2 weeks from tomorrow, I'm going to have my first PSL. We'll do it live on air.
You know, we went to dinner last night and they had Oktoberfest on tap. Last night at dinner, they had Oktoberfest on tap.
And somebody just yelled in my ear and said that they're already at Dunkin'.
Wow. Wow.
Huh. Well,
mid-August.
Okay, so, and I had a whole thing because I think 7-Eleven started coming out last week, and I'm like, let's just wait till meteorological fall so at least I can kind of be okay and not get, pelted at the TV by tomatoes. All right, our downtown Baltimore camera. Good morning to all of you looking out over the Inner Harbor. Temps are not too bad right now. In fact, we're at 69. That's your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Humidity 87%. So the dew point hanging out at 65 degrees. Now, dew points are going to rise today back to about 70. So it is going to be more muggy this afternoon than yesterday. But look what happens. Friday and Saturday, those dew point temps drop dramatically. And we're talking about that drier air and cooler temperatures as well, at least for the first part of the weekend. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, enjoying some of that coffee and having breakfast with us as well. Upper 60s here through the next few hours. Yeah, this is what Meg was talking about. 7:59 is your sunset tonight. Sun comes up at 6:21. Here's a look at your day planner. If you're out and about the next couple of hours, looking at 72 by 8 a.m. Not a bad day to have lunch outside. We're still going to be a little warmer in the mid to upper 80s and a little bit more cloud cover out there as well. And we could slide into the lower 90s, at least for some of us, in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Most of us, though, in those mid to upper 80s for Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air, over to Chestertown, 85 Annapolis, 87 in Columbia, up and down the 95 corridor, upper 80s and lower 90s, heading down the ocean, looking at 78 in Ocean City today. Now, here's a look at our future scan. More of that southerly flow we talked about yesterday, increase in humidity, a few more clouds, maybe a stray shower or two trying to build up. But then as we see this cold front that's going to come through late tonight, early tomorrow morning, most of the rain is going to stay to the north and to the west of us. So we're not really tracking much there. And then Friday afternoon and Saturday, that drier air is racing in and we'll see temperatures that will continue to be cooler. How about 86 tomorrow and then only 84 on Saturday? I like that. But then that heat returns very quickly. Sunday and Monday, we're right back into the low and mid 90s. Don't worry, we still got plenty of summer left, Meg.
That's true. That's true. Thank you, Justin. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network here and a live look over 695 and 95. We've got a few cars out there, extremely light volume. Not seeing any issues to report here at this moment. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 401 on the Penn line and Penn 403 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains are on time for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link on time service is what you'll find there. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway Link on time in both directions there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at resources running low as officials from Arizona to New York to Massachusetts respond to the latest challenges stemming from immigration.
Plus, a hit and run in Baltimore leaves an 88-year-old woman dead. How one neighbor is describing the horrific moments. It is 4:52. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Continuing coverage this morning, March 4th, 2024. That's when the Fulton County District Attorney wants the trial of former President Donald Trump and his 18 co-defendants over their efforts to overturn the 2020 election. In a court filing, Fani Willis asked to schedule arraignments for the defendants the week of September 5th. She says the dates do not conflict with Trump's other criminal cases. It's unclear if the judge will agree to the dates, but it shows that Willis wants to keep her word on a trial within 6 months. A Harvard law professor says the charges against former President Donald Trump in the Georgia indictment are complicated. The Fulton County District Attorney charged Trump and 18 others with felony racketeering and numerous conspiracy charges in an effort to overturn the 2020 election. It is a law normally reserved to take down dangerous criminal organizations. Law professor Alan Dershowitz says that the case is not solid enough and the prosecution is trying to stretch the law to get to Trump.
Get Trump is the name of the game, and the Georgia prosecutor is out to get Trump, and she's using creativity and novel approaches, and that's just not the right way to go when you're going after the man running for president and the leading candidate.
Dershowitz also says the prosecutor's aim to go to trial in 6 months is unreasonable for a case this large. Trump maintains he did not commit a crime in Georgia's 2020 election. He was using free speech with concerns of voter fraud. Tension at the southern border is ramping up as state and federal officials can't agree on who is to blame for the handling of a recent influx of migrants. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has this story.
Across the country, resources and patience are running low.
But New Yorkers have been left to deal with this crisis almost entirely on our own.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams revealing more than 100,000 migrants have come in the last year. And with shelters full, is reportedly considering setting up tents in Central Park and other green spaces, according to The Gothamist. Also blasting the Biden administration for the delay in issuing work permits to migrants. Other parts of the state, like Erie County, now pausing programs to welcome migrants after overcrowding and crime.
2 serious violent crimes are alleged to have occurred in the past 2 weeks, and they are too many.
Despite the issues adding up, Senator Kyrsten Sinema accusing Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of playing politics, sending federal money to his home state she believes should have been sent to her state of Arizona.
The fact that a yeoman's amount of this money went to New York City, in my opinion, is wrong because they are not a border state and they are not facing the kind of pressure that we are facing here.
That pressure, though, undeniable. Even as far north as Massachusetts, just the latest state to declare a state of emergency. Leaders making this surprising request to residents.
If you have an extra room or suite in your home, please consider hosting a family.
In the meantime, critics say the current strategy is one of reaction with no long-term plan.
We should be taking the fundings to go and prevent the threat from actually entering our country rather than reacting to it after it's already here. We should take the money to secure the border.
Now, we are still awaiting the latest numbers from U.S. Customs and Border Protection for migrant encounters for the month of July. May and June each saw a major decrease from the month before. The Biden administration crediting its new stricter policies on who can ask for asylum in the United States. On Capitol Hill, I'm Christine Frizzell, Fox 45 News.
The population of Baltimore is declining. Despite that, the staffing in the mayor's office is increasing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we press city leaders for an explanation.
A hit and run in this city leaves an 88-year-old woman dead. Just ahead, the new information that we're learning in this case and how you can help police solve it.
And temperatures are going to be a little bit on the warmer side today, but cooling off as we head into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. In fact, we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast as we're basically at the weekend.
So close, right? Friday Eve. Good morning to both of you and good morning, everyone. Looking outside right now, our temperatures are actually cooler this morning than what we saw yesterday. So let's go out there and show you what's going on. This is an There we go. There we go. Perfect. Our Towson camera, an early look here, and not a lot of folks out there on 695 around the Beltway at this time, but, you know, kind of flowing, a few of those early risers. 59-year temp in Oakland. We're at 64 in Cumberland, upper 60s in Hagerstown and Baltimore City, 68-year number in Bel Air right now. So a mild Thursday morning, warmer and more humid for this afternoon, and then we will be cooler as we get into the weekend. Morning drive, not too bad. Maybe the windows down the next couple of hours. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for the weekend in just a few minutes from right now.
I can't get a call back from Brandon.
Well, now to a city in crisis. Problems growing, complaints mounting. Patience with City Hall running thin.
Despite that, the mayor's office has become the largest office in Baltimore's history.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live from Federal Hill this morning with a closer look at the numbers. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the problems in Baltimore are not because the mayor's office is short-staffed. In fact, the numbers show that staff and salaries in his office are reaching historic highs. Despite that, residents here in the city are moving out. There are now 40,000 fewer people living in Baltimore than there were 7 years ago. So let's go ahead and take a look at the data. 7 years ago, the mayor's office had a staff of 39 full-time employees and a budget of $5.2 million. Now today, the mayor's staff has soared to 103 full-time employees and a budget of $17.1 million. That's 3 times the budget of 7 years ago. During a City Hall budget hearing 2 months ago, council members questioned why the mayor's staffers and their salaries keep expanding. City Manager Faith Leach says the historic staff size is due in part on the addition of 13 new development positions in the mayor's office, ones that come with 6-figure salaries.
We want to recruit talented people to manage large-scale infrastructure projects for the city of Baltimore. We're going to have to pay them over $100,000 to do it.
Uripsy Morgan leads a watchdog group and says the ballooning staff at the mayor's office points to one glaring problem. Take a listen.
There's a serious lack of efficiency. When the people who are there cannot do the job or are unable to do the job, the answer isn't to just hire more people.
Now, with 103 City Hall staffers, the Baltimore mayor's office now outpaces similar offices in larger cities like Boston, where the mayor's office only has 61 employees. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Fox 45 News is also investigating payroll concerns surrounding the mayor's office. The Board of Estimates recently approved a new communications position with a salary of more than $200,000. Mayor Scott's former chief of staff, Kezia Kager, left her post in May, making $225,000. But she is still on the payroll at $160,000 as a special assistant. City Council President Nick Mosby says he's not aware of what that role entails, saying there needs to be more communication about movement within the mayor's office.
We've talked to the administration and particularly the CA, Faith Leach, about communication and ensuring that the council's up to date. You know, obviously we never want to learn stuff through the media, and it's concerning.
Well, Fox 45 News also found reason to believe that Kager didn't take a pay cut when she moved into her new role. We asked the mayor's office about her compensation in June and were told that we would hear back at a later date. So far, we've not received a response. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore city government has gotten too big? So far, 93% of those who voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Now, during this week's town hall with Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Commissioner Richard Worley for the police department, there was a tense back and forth with a woman wanting to know more information about Safe Streets. She tried to ask Worley how the police department could work with Safe Streets to make the city safer. Instead, the mayor took the question.
We have to understand that there's always transparency with these programs. The monies that we spend on Safe Streets is out there for anybody to see.
None of us wants anyone to be hurt, harmed, certainly not killed or murdered, Absolutely. Whether it's Safe Streets or anyone else.
We don't control what nonprofits do with their money. So if they want to show you what they're doing, and all nonprofits information is out there. Every nonprofit has to talk about how their money is spent. So I just want the residents to know that the city doesn't control how a nonprofit gives out their information.
Fox 45 News has gone through the contracts, and city actually limits what LifeBridge and Catholic Charities are allowed to say. Any Safe Streets publications has to be approved first by Monzi, and all media statements must be approved. While the mayor says the nonprofits publicize their financials, that report and 990 does not give the public detailed information. Mayor Scott continues to reiterate the importance of keeping the names of state streets workers private. Fox 45 News has asked the city for time cards and other workforce documentation with the names of the employees redacted, but we still have not received it. Well, 5:05 and developing now. Police continue their search this morning for the driver of a vehicle they say caused a collision in a hit and run that killed an 88-year-old woman this week.
It happened along Liberty Heights Avenue, and now Fox 45 News is speaking with the man who heard the crash.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with his account and an update in this investigation. Shannon.
Yeah, the driver involved in that deadly collision, Tom and Patrice, is still on the loose this morning, but police are hoping that your tips can help to change that. And so they have released new images of what they say the suspect vehicle looks like. We're going to pull those up right here. So take a good look right there on your screen. The vehicle is a white Ford F-150 flatbed truck, similar to this one, but police say the vehicle that they are looking for should have front end damage. Now, the crash happened on Monday. 87-year-old Clarence Hall was sitting on his porch when he heard a bang, jumped in his car, drove to the intersection of Callaway and Liberty Heights Avenue to find this.
Got out, and there was a car over on the other side over there. It looked like it ran into that pole.
Well, police say inside the vehicle was 88-year-old Barbara Logan. She was rushed to the hospital where she died later. She's the victim of a hit and run. Investigators say Logan had the green light and was driving through the intersection. That's when the driver of that white Ford ran the red light, colliding with Logan's car, and just kept going.
That's terrible. So I just hope they find whoever did it.
Hall added that he is frustrated by the ongoing lawlessness in the city. Police are asking anyone with any information on this case to call 911. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, still ahead on the Early Edition, fight or flight. That's how one Baltimore dad describes the recent shooting at a kid's trampoline park, how he escaped the gunfire while protecting his family.
But first, rebuilding in Hawaii. The recovery efforts currently underway as the death toll rises.
Our temperatures are starting off cooler this morning, and as we head toward the weekend, I think you're going to like some of those numbers as drier air returns. We'll be talking about it coming up on Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:10 this morning, Hawaii's governor is commissioning the state attorney general to investigate the response to devastating wildfires. This as the death toll continues to rise.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen with where things stand right now. Megan.
Continuous updates here, guys. Local media just reporting now that the death toll has climbed to 111. An update from the 110 the governor had reported yesterday. We know there are still hundreds of others still unaccounted for. As of this morning, rescue teams have only searched 38% of the affected territory. And as crews continue searching through the ash, guys, that death toll is expected to grow. We are told some of the victims are now being identified. As for the survivors, they're struggling to find resources as power, water, communication issues continue just to plague that island. Many now demanding answers for why the warning sirens never sounded. We know Hawaii has one of the largest warning systems in the world, but on the day these fires broke out, all 80 alarms on Maui remained silent. In a news conference just yesterday, the head of Maui's emergency management agency, Herman Andaya, doubling down on the decision not to sound the siren, saying that he has no regrets and claims that doing so wouldn't have saved any lives. Instead, he says the agency followed protocol, which was to send notifications through text, voicemails, and landlines, but survivors say it just wasn't enough.
There was no warning. There was no siren. There was no evacuation. No one evacuated our family either.
Certainly weren't hearing any sirens or being warned in any sort of way that there was something this large happening. I'm told that we were sent texts. However, we didn't have cell service for at least a couple hours.
Nobody knew. There was no phone connections. And as much as I was trying to save and let people know, there was no options.
Well, taking you live now to the White House, we are just getting word that the president and the first lady will be surveying the devastation in Maui on Monday, meeting with the first responders, survivors, and government officials. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as the search efforts get underway on the island again today.
Thank you, Megan. Still ahead on the early edition, the lone survivor of the deadly Stricker Street fire speaks exclusively with Fox 45 News. Hear his calls for change.
But first, the Tui family speaking out on the accusations coming from former Ravens player Michael Orr. Well, they say he threatened if he did not give them thousands, not millions of dollars. 5:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local. another 10. 5:15, an update this morning. We're hearing from the Tui family for the first time after the former Ravens player Michael Orr said instead of adopting him, they tricked him into signing a conservatorship. Well, the family calls the claims hurtful and absurd. Orr accuses them of making millions off of his name and story, famously told in the movie Blind Side. The family says they never made a penny as his conservators, saying that Orr threatened to plant a negative story about them unless they paid him $15 million. Topping your consumer news, Prime members will soon be paying more for Amazon Music Unlimited. Starting September 19th, the individual plan will increase $1 from $9 to $10 per month. Non-Prime members paying $11 a month for the service. The Amazon Music Unlimited family is also going up from $16 to $17 per month. It follows price hikes from rival music streaming services like Spotify and Apple Music on its website. Amazon says the move will help bring users more content and features.
Many people think of pets as members of the family, but how much are you willing to spend to care for them? A new survey from Consumer Affairs finds 78% of Americans would consider going into debt for their furry friend. Of that percentage, 43% said yes, they would if needed, while 35% said they might. 22% were willing to spend $5,000 or more for a pet emergency. Experts recommend getting pet insurance before an emergency arises or asking your vet about a payment plan. Schools are set to open soon, which means it's time to start preparing for sickness.
According to the federal surveillance data, COVID levels are relatively low nationwide, but they are on the slight rise.
The CDC says COVID-19 hospitalizations have been climbing since early July. Health officials say although COVID-19 hospitalization rates are at a high not seen since April, they're much lower than before. The CDC says roughly 1% of hospital beds in U.S. inpatient and intensive care units are currently taken by COVID-19. Patients during the Omicron surge were more than 20% of all beds occupied. Health officials are advising people to be cautious and fully vaccinated because COVID-19 is here for good.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. You can just scan the QR code right there on your screen. Check out all the stories that we posted so far. You can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
All the sniffles come.
Yeah, what, about 2 weeks after it starts?
I mean, and then they stay for the year. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Yeah.
Fall, I mean, you know, we get the fall and then winter. By the way, there are some indications out there that this winter,
I've heard that. Gonna be bad.
We'll make up from the mild winter we had last year?
yeah, and the fact that we haven't had a big snow in like
That
6 or
is
7 years.
not what I want to hear.
My snowblower looks brand new, and it's 4 years old.
Well, good. And you're probably
it's
going
not
to use
used.
it this year. We're talking about school. We're going to be talking about maybe school closures. Kids love those snow days. We got to get there first. We're 11 days out right now on your back to school and your countdown to the bus stop forecast for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Arundel counties. 19 days until Carroll County goes back right after Labor Day. And on the Eastern Shore, also 11 days for Queen Anne's and Talbot County with 19 days left for you in Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County. We'll get that bus all shined up, getting the oil changed right now and a big fresh coat of paint, some car wash action, maybe get the, bumpers all waxed and everything. All right, so here's a look at our live cam over downtown Baltimore. Not a bad start to your morning. Just stepped outside a moment ago, and it feels nice. Our temperatures are actually cooler, and you can always catch those numbers right there on the right side of your screen so you know exactly what the temp is before you step outside. Now, later today on our muggy meter, that dew point temp is going to go up a little bit. So kind of sneaking back into the lower 70s, which is going to be in the gross category. So it will be a bit more humid than what we saw yesterday. And our temps will steadily climb. We'll see those mid 70s through 9 a.m., upper 80s, and even a few lower 90s for you as you head into the afternoon today. Good day to hang by the pool, especially with the fact that pools are only going to be open for a couple of more weeks. A lot of them close right around Labor Day. So 80 by 10 a.m., 90 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Get that sunblock on, that UV index still in the very high category. It doesn't take very long for you to get the sunburn. Mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Cockeysville at 86, down through Towson and Lutherville at 88, 89 your number in Dundalk this afternoon, out through Edgemere and Sparrows Point. We'll see those mid to upper 80s for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Elk Ridge, 86 in Odenton, Severna Park, down through Pasadena. We'll see those upper 80s and mainly mid 80s for you. Bel Air, Aberdeen over to Perryman, even all the way up toward Hartford and Cecil County. Overall, not a bad day. Now, look at our temperature tracker. Numbers are going to go down tomorrow and Saturday. We actually dip below average. Saturday looks to be the nicest day with low to mid 90s returning early next week. So kind of that roller coaster here where you'll see some cooler days and then back into the warmer days. Summer definitely not over yet, but it will be breezy tomorrow as well as that drier air works in. We're going to wake up in the 60s Saturday morning. Some will wake up in the 50s, and then we only get to 85 Saturday afternoon. But again, that heat returns by Sunday and into Monday. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and as we take a look at the camera in the Towson area, people up and out and on the road, but no issues to report. They're moving along just fine. Let's get a check of mass transit, see if it's the same story. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 841 operating with a 10-minute delay, and we've got train 403 on the Penn line running about 5 minutes late for the commute, starting to allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Lake, on-time service looking good there in both directions, and Metro Subway Lake adhering to schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Terrifying moments for a dad who was here in this sky zone with his 2 young kids when gunfire erupted. Just ahead, I'll have that interview that is now shedding light on this weekend's shocking murder in Timonium.
The firefighter rescued from the deadly Stricker Street fire describes these scary moments inside the home. Coming up next, hear his exclusive interview, plus find out the action that he's now taking. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Taking a look now at the Fox 45 quad box. Top left, defendants accused of orchestrating 9/11 terror attacks may be spared the death penalty thanks to a proposed plea deal. The deal is one of many being negotiated in hopes of ending the decade-long prosecution. Now, officials stress no agreement has been reached and one may never be finalized. Some relatives of the nearly 3,000 9/11 victims voicing outrage at the prospect of ending the case short of a verdict. Prosecutors promising to take their comments into consideration when deciding.
Top right now, a new study reveals the weight loss treatment Wegovy could prevent up to 1.5 million heart attacks over the next 10 years. Researchers found the injection could result in 43 million fewer Americans with obesity. Those findings complement data released last week from a clinical trial showing the drug slashed the risk of severe heart problems and heart-related death by 20%.
And then on your bottom left, a ban on what some call gender-affirming care for minors takes effect immediately in North Carolina, as well as a ban on transgender girls playing on girls' sports team. Republican-controlled General Assembly overrode two of the governor's vetoes yesterday. The first bill bans medical professionals from providing hormone therapy, puberty blockers, and gender procedures to anyone under the age of 18, with limited medical exceptions. Sports ban for transgender athletes affects middle school players through college.
And on your bottom right, a federal appeals court rules in favor of imposing new restrictions on the abortion pill mifepristone. In their ruling, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ordered a ban on telemedicine prescriptions and shipments of the drug, but stopped short of pulling the pills off the market completely. The restrictions will not take effect immediately because the Supreme Court in April ruled to keep the pills available amid a legal fight.
Still ahead on the early edition, it's going to be another warm day ahead, but that could change. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we could see temperatures in the 50s. 5:27, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. If you get a chance right now, go outside before the sun comes up and look up at the stars. Right in, clear skies. It was amazing.
Oh, I missed that. I was focused. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast now. I have to go out in a commercial break.
Yeah, absolutely. Jupiter's up there, and it's bright in the and high in the sky this morning. And overall, our temperatures are not bad either. That's another reason to get out there and get some of that fresh air this morning. Here's a look out over the Inner Harbor. Still dark. That sun not coming up for almost an hour from right now. But look at that number, 65 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Also 65 at Owens Mills, 69 in Woodlawn and Brooklyn Park, and some lower 70s for Dundalk. But overall, we're about 5 to 7 degrees cooler than where we were just 24 hours ago. So it is a little bit of a cooler morning. Overall, kind of say mild throughout the course of the morning, and warmer and more humid as we head toward the afternoon. We will see a cooler start to the weekend. So if you want to get some of that yard work done after the sun comes up, overall no issues. But later this afternoon, those temps heat up to the upper 80s and close to 90 for some of us on your Thursday. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the wind that's going to bring in some cooler air tomorrow and what that means for the rest of the weekend as well.
5:31 now, and turning to counties under pressure. A father who was at Sky Zone with his 2 children is recounting the split-second decisions he made to keep them safe from gunfire.
Shannon Lilly joining us live in Timonium this morning with the interview that is shedding some light on this past weekend's shocking murder. Shannon.
Yeah, just harrowing moments for this dad, Tom and Patrice. He took his young children to a place he thought they'd be safe. In fact, he says they have been coming to this Sky Zone trampoline park for years. But the fun, the music and laughter quickly turned to something else while they were inside the main trampoline area and heard this.
And I looked to my left, immediate left, and that's when I realized it was not firecrackers or balloons. And then he just unloaded everything in the magazine.
Locke describes seeing a man in the nearby foam pit, another man with a black and silver gun standing over that man, and then it was fight or flight. Locke grabbing his 2 young kids and running.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if he was reloading. I just know he emptied everything and I wasn't sticking around.
Well, charging documents now reveal 30-year-old Quentin Walker was visiting his daughter at the trampoline park before getting into the violent and deadly encounter with his ex-wife's boyfriend. Walker later turned himself into police. Now he's behind bars and charged with murder. Back out here live, though, Locke says he's not sure if or when his family will return to this trampoline park. He's also now reevaluating his plans to visit the fair or be in any kind of large crowd at this point. His sense of safety that he had is gone. Reporting live in Timonium, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Harford County Executive Bob Castley is pledging to increase protection along the popular Mom Pa walking trail in Bel Air. It comes over a week after the discovery of 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body hidden along that trail. Tuesday, Castley announced cameras will be coming to the trail to help keep the electronic eye out. Specifically, he says security will be increased along the trail's isolated areas, below bridges, and through thick forest coverage. Right now, he's still working with BGE and private contractors to determine exactly where the cameras will be placed, how much they'll cost, and when they'll be installed.
In the meantime, folks are going to have to rely upon additional police patrols, but also their own public safety awareness. Walk with a friend. Don't go at dusk. Carry your phone with you.
Fox 45 spoke with residents, telling us cameras are a welcome investment and that they hope it will prevent future tragedies and provide peace of mind. 5:34, the firefighter critically injured the day of the Stricker Street fire that killed the 3 Baltimore City firefighters, speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News.
It has been more than a year of recovery for John McMaster, physically, mentally, and emotionally.
Now he's talking exclusively with us about his journey and the changes that he would like to see so a tragedy like this doesn't happen again.
Olivia Dance joins us now with his story. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning. And yeah, January 24th, 2022 should have been just another day at work for John McMaster, but now it's a day that's forever ingrained in his mind. In the early morning, a call came in for a 2-alarm fire on Stricker Street. Once inside the home, McMaster and 3 other firefighters couldn't get out.
Something came down and hit me in the back of the head, and the next thing I know, it started crumbling down on us. trapping us. I tried to remember was, pictures of my families and my friends. I tried to imagine them.
McMaster says death was at his door, but after minutes of being trapped, he felt tugging on his pack, pulling him out of the fire. After days at shock trauma, he learned his 3 fellow firefighters didn't make it: Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Kelsey Sadler, and Kenny Lacayo. McMaster was left with injuries, including memory loss and several burns. And as he continues his path to recovery, he's joined the families of the fallen firefighters, filing notice of their plans to sue the city, saying the tragedy was preventable and they want the vacant home crisis addressed now. The line of duty report released after the fire confirmed firefighters were unaware of the danger inside the home and outlined departmental leadership and cultural issues. It also included pages of recommendations, some of which the fire union says the department has addressed, including marking vacant homes with red signs. But McMaster says it's all too late, as his life will never be the same.
I have better moments when I'm with my brothers and sisters, but you always know that you lost 3 of your brothers and sisters in a preventable fire. And that makes me sad also, makes me angry, but it makes me sad that it seems like nothing's being done about this.
And McMaster says they didn't know that the home was vacant. The hope is that now the city will address the safety of firefighters and the nearly 15,000 vacant homes throughout Baltimore. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
An update this morning. 16-year-old Tavon Scott, the squeegee kid convicted of manslaughter in the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds at the Inner Harbor, will be sentenced on October 23rd. Scott avoided first and second-degree murder charges. The jury rejected that it was premeditated murder due to Reynolds approaching the group of squeegee kids with a baseball bat. Scott faces up to 35 years in prison. His defense team still plans to petition for the case to be tried again in juvenile court.
Police in Portland, Maine say a 10-year-old who went missing in Baltimore has been found in Portland. Police say 17-year-old abducted the 10-year-old Sunday in Baltimore. The 10-year-old has since been reunited with their parents. The teen is being extradited back to Baltimore and is expected to face abduction and human trafficking charges. As the population of Baltimore City dwindles, the mayor's staff grows. Why some critics argue there's a serious lack of efficiency in City Hall.
Plus, residents are demanding answers about the Safe Streets program, the heated exchange between a Baltimore citizen and Mayor Brandon Scott about transparency.
Warmer and humid this afternoon. Weather Authority team letting us know when we will see a cool down, though. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. All Weekly unemployment numbers set to drop a little bit later on this morning.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen with the early predictions and what it's going to mean for you this time around, Megan.
Yeah, we're always watching these numbers, guys. Here's what we know right now. We know last week's claims, as you see right here, they jumped to their highest level in a month. But here's the deal. If you look at this graph right here, this is where we were last month. That's where we were before the pandemic. That's averaging about what they used to be before the pandemic. Economists say that is a sign that the job market remains strong. We are expecting the official numbers to be released at 8:30 this morning. We'll see what happens. Then at 10 a.m., we're going to get the latest recession forecast from the Conference Board. If you remember last month, they predicted that we'd be entering a mild recession right about now. So we're going to see where things stand here this morning. In other economic news, earnings week continues with Walmart set to report its quarterly results before today's opening bell. And this is big, guys, because economists watch this very closely because it covers a broad array of goods, from clothing to home and car and groceries, and at lower prices. That's key because while that's helped to insulate Walmart during high inflation, the company has still noticed shoppers spending less on the discretionary items, things that they might want, like new clothes, but might not actually need. In the meantime, we do know that Target and Macy's, they both saw sales fall last quarter. Target blaming negative reaction to its Pride Month collection on that drop. We're going to let you know as those new numbers drop here this morning, right here from our live center, and of course how it impacts you.
Well, still ahead, a hit and run in Baltimore leaves an 88-year-old woman dead. How one neighbor is describing the horrific moments.
Plus, recovery efforts underway in Hawaii, how groups from different parts of the U.S. are lending a helping hand. 5:42, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all
.45, residents living near the border of California and Oregon are being asked to evacuate after a thunderstorm there sparked a massive wildfire. It's being called the Head Fire, and officials say it has already consumed nearly 1,500 acres, a good chunk of which belongs to the Klamath National Forest. Firefighters are focusing on protecting homes in the nearby rural communities. The head fire is one of several burning in the northern parts of California, including others also caused by lightning strikes.
Now to Hawaii, where the search continues in Maui. Crews are sifting through rubble and ash for more victims of last week's wildfires. As of this morning, death toll is now at 111, expected to rise. Tyler Madden with our Sinclair sister station has more on how outside groups are looking to help those in need.
It's heartbreaking. It's so sad. It's shocking.
Teresa Thompson's owned a house in Maui for about 7 months and is grateful it was not damaged by the fires. She's visited the island for the past 20 years, making countless memories in Lahaina.
It's crazy that it could take away this beautiful historic town, in a heartbeat. It was so fast.
She says in the tight-knit town, neighbors are helping each other in any way they can.
Letting some friends use our home as long as they need it who lost theirs in Lahaina. Good people, solid, good people, rich history, and they need help.
Well, what we're hearing now is, that the situation is as dire as ever.
In the days after the fires spread, Matthew 25 began asking for donations of essential items. A team of 8 will leave this weekend for Maui.
And we'll be connecting with our partners to help distribute supplies to the shelters and as well as into the impacted areas.
They'll be distributing those supplies.
There's only so many ships, there's only so many planes, there's only so many ports, and so that can certainly add to the challenges of the situation.
He says it's the first step in what will be a long recovery and rebuilding effort.
We can't really guess how long this will take to recover. It could be months, it could be years. We're going to do everything that we can to help in those efforts.
Well, taking a live look over at Towson and the Inner Harbor this morning, warmer and more humid this afternoon, but it looks like we actually cooled down for the weekend.
So what do you have to say about it? Meteorologist Justin Chambers walking in to the set with us.
I think look, tomorrow and especially Saturday, they're going to be spectacular days to do stuff outside.
Great. Great news.
Yeah, and we're going to
come back over here anytime you want.
Okay, good. If I have that, I'm allowed to come over here. Okay, thank you. I'm telling you, Saturday morning too, there are going to be areas in our state that in the mountains could see 50s in the morning, maybe 40s. It's going to be a big, cool, dry air mass. Before that happens, got to get through another kind of humid-ish day, and we're going to see more of that humidity build as we head toward the afternoon. Looking out over the Inner Harbor this morning before the sun comes up, you can see a few clouds hanging around. Our temperatures are actually cooler than we've been the last few mornings, so right now it's 69 degrees, no wind to speak of, and that humidity right at 90%. Dew point at 66 now. It'll rise back to about 70 today, so we're kind of getting back into that uncomfortable category with more humidity. But the dew point trend is what I want to highlight, especially tomorrow and Saturday. Those dew points coming down considerably, even into the mid-50s for dew points on Saturday, which means that dry air will be in place and temperatures are also going to be very nice. Show you that in the 7-day here in just a sec. Upper 60s and lower 70s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. Now, note the sunset time at 7:59 p.m. We no longer have sunsets after 8, and that won't happen again until May of next year. So autumn is right around the corner. 76 here by 9 a.m. if you're going to get out there and play some golf today, whatever you might be doing outside. Upper 80s into that noon hour, and again, we'll get more of that sweat on later this afternoon. And temps across central Maryland for Columbia and Annapolis up into Westminster in the mid-80s today. 87 Stevensville and Chestertown, the eastern shore, right about 90 in Baltimore City. And if you are heading down the ocean, looking at upper 70s today, may see a stray late shower or thunderstorm there, but then back to the mid-80s tomorrow, upper 70s Saturday. Great weekend weather, great weekend for hanging out at the beach weather-wise. That's what I was trying to say. And 37 days from today, the official autumnal equinox, but meteorological autumn starts on September 1, and that is 2 weeks from tomorrow, my friends. So 90 today, 87 tomorrow, breezy and cooler, mid-80s on Saturday. We'll wake up in the lower 60s and some of us in the 50s, but then that heat returns. Sunday and Monday, we're right back to the low and mid-90s. So summer is absolutely not done yet, Tom. Don't worry. We're not talking about snow or anything yet.
Not yet. Well, now let's take a look at your traffic situation in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And you see this on the inner loop. This is 695, and we're in Catonsville, and it says 2 vehicles involved. There's a truck and 2 other vehicles pulled over right in front of that police officer. So you see the flashing lights that may be causing you to tap brakes. No long delays are reported as of right now. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA on this Thursday morning. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay. Camden 843, 5 to 10 minutes late, and Camden 841 with a 10 to 15-minute delay. Also, train 890 on the Brunswick line, 8 to 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link keeping to the timetable, the schedule in both directions. Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. No delays. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Inflation is high, but that's not stopping Americans from shopping. I'm Atra El-Nashar with 2 ways they're able to do it and how long it can last.
.554 on this Thursday morning. In your consumer news, Congress has until September 30th to agree on a bill to fund the government in order to avoid a shutdown. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he met with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy a few weeks ago, and they agreed on a deal to extend the current federal government spending to work out any potential conflicts.
And we agreed we should do what's called a CR. In other words, a congressional resolution where you just extend the existing funding for a few months so we could work this out. And I thought that was a good sign.
The House and the Senate are still far away from an agreement on spending levels to keep federal operations running. Hardline conservatives threatening a shutdown unless they get steeper spending cuts and other policy priorities. McCarthy will have to win over most of his colleagues to pass a stopgap bill or risk political blowback. Schumer and fellow Democrats warn a shutdown would devastate the economy.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz says he won't vote for a continuing resolution.
We should not continue doing things the same way. We should not continue the inflationary policies that have hurt the country. Instead, we've got to review these agencies and do the very work we're talking about now to ensure that money's being well spent.
Gates says although Speaker McCarthy wants to buy time to negotiate spending cuts, lawmakers have always known the deadline. This could spell trouble for the Speaker. Lawmakers are on a month-long August recess and return in September, just a few weeks before the end of the month deadline.
Despite high inflation, Americans are still spending, just not as much. Retail sales data from the week from the Commerce Department shows sales spiked in July as shoppers took advantage of midsummer deals and promotions.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports on how Americans are able to maintain this in the face of high prices and just how long that can last.
Americans' ability to shop once again catching economists by surprise. Monthly retail sales in July rose 0.7% from June, equating to more than $696 billion in spending, according to census data out this week. A big driver of that, Amazon Prime Day.
It definitely seems that e-commerce remains a real bright spot in a retail climate that overall is dominated by this theme of shifting away from goods and towards experiences.
How are Americans able to keep up this kind of spending in the face of high inflation? The National Retail Federation credits steady job and wage growth. Another way they're able to do it, turning to credit cards. According to the New York Fed, total U.S. credit card debt hit a new high of more than $1 trillion.
Remember, people used to talk about that $2 trillion of excess savings that stacked up during the pandemic. Most of that is gone at this point, especially at lower and middle income levels. We are starting to hear about people taking on more credit card debt and financing day-to-day essentials.
As interest rates rise, keeping up with that debt is getting harder. The Fed data also shows the rates of credit card and auto loans newly transitioning to delinquency are now slightly above pre-pandemic levels.
Target and Home Depot among retailers reporting earnings this week, expecting consumers to pull back their discretionary spending in the second half of the year. A new headwind tens of millions will soon face: the resumption of student loan payments on October 1st. The White House watching closely as it marks 1 year since the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law.
It's part of a much broader vision for our country, growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up.
Perhaps a risky bet politically, the president banking on the hope Americans will start to feel better about the economy, shake off fears of a slowdown, and notice some relief in their pocketbooks. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
The population of Baltimore is declining. Despite that, staffing in the mayor's office is increasing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we press city leaders for an explanation.
A hit and run in the city leaves an 88-year-old woman dead. Just ahead, the new information that we're learning from police and how you can help them solve this case.
Survivors of the Hawaii wildfires demanding answers this morning on why the world's largest siren warning system remains silent. Coming up from our live center, the head of Maui's emergency management agency says he has no regrets.
Temperatures actually starting off a little cooler this morning, and as we head into the weekend, we'll see numbers that I think you may like. We'll talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and what are you going to do today? Justin says, let's go. Not sure where.
All right, well, let's find out. He's got the forecast. Where are we going in this forecast?
We're going to a good place.
Okay, I like that.
All right. A little more humid today, and then tomorrow and Saturday, those are going to be drier days and very nice conditions. Really pretty shot. If you have a moment to glance at your television set right now, man, love that shot from the top of the Transamerica building there. A few clouds kind of hanging around about 20 minutes or so before the sun actually comes up this morning. We're in the mid-60s in Cockeysville and Towson, 65 Rosedale, out through Essex and Middle River in the upper 60s, 69 your temp in Bel Air right now. So weather story looks like this: a mild Thursday morning, warmer and a bit more humid this afternoon, and then we will have a cooler start to the weekend, as I was talking about, for Friday and Saturday. Mr. Bo out there winking at us as you're driving through Brewers Hill, upper 60s over the next couple of hours, maybe windows down, and we'll get to about 72 by 8 a.m. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a closer look at what we can expect with some of those weekend numbers and if there's any more rain that is in our forecast. How are we looking on the roads right now, Tom?
Looking really good, really, in our Lens Solar traffic network. The only thing that we do have is that just finishing up, there's 2 vehicles involved, and you see 3 vehicles sitting there. I believe 1 is an officer. This is 695's inner loop right in Catonsville, and there were some flashing lights earlier, but you can see traffic getting by without any issue.
I think we have the right to understand and know better where and how our money is spent.
Now to a city in crisis, problems growing, complaints mounting, patience with City Hall running thin.
Despite that, the mayor's office has become the largest office in Baltimore's history.
And Olivia Danch joining us live now from Federal Hill with a closer look at these numbers from City Hall. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the problems in Baltimore are not because the mayor's office is short-staffed. In fact, the numbers show that staff and salaries in his office are reaching historic highs. Despite that, residents here in the city are moving out. There are now 40,000 fewer people living in Baltimore than there were 7 years ago. So let's go ahead and take a look at the data. 7 years ago, the mayor's office had a staff of 39 full-time employees and a budget of $5.2 million. Today, the mayor's staff has soared to 103 full-time employees and a budget of $17.1 million. That's 3 times the budget of 7 years ago. Now, during a City Hall budget hearing 2 months ago, council members questioned why the mayor's staffers and their salaries keep expanding. City Manager Faith Leach says the historic staff size is due in part on the addition of 13 new development positions in the mayor's office, ones that come with 6-figure salaries.
We want to recruit talented people to manage large-scale infrastructure projects for the city of Baltimore. We're going to have to pay them over $100,000 to do it.
Uripsy Morgan leads a watchdog group and says the ballooning staff at the mayor's office points to one glaring problem. Take a listen.
There's a serious lack of efficiency. When the people who are there cannot do the job or are unable to do the job, the answer isn't to just hire more people.
And with 103 City Hall staffers, the Baltimore mayor's office now outpaces similar offices in larger cities like Boston, where their mayor's office has 61 employees. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News also investigating payroll concerns surrounding the mayor's office. Board of Estimates recently approving a new communications position with a salary of more than $200,000.
Mayor Scott's former chief of staff, Chezia Kager, left her post in May, making $225,000. But she is still on the payroll at $160,000 as a special assistant. City Council President Nick Mosby says he's not aware of what that role entails, saying there needs to be more communication about movement within the mayor's office.
We've talked to the administration and particularly the CA, Faith Leach, about communication. And ensuring that the council's up to date. You know, obviously we never want to learn stuff through the media, and it's concerning.
Fox 45 News also found reason to believe that Kager didn't take a pay cut when she moved to her new role. We asked the mayor's office about her compensation in June. We were told we'd hear back at a later date. So far, we have not received a response.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore city government has gotten too big? So far, 94% of those who have voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Developing now, police continue their search this morning for the driver of a vehicle they say caused a collision with a hit and run, which ended up killing an 88-year-old woman this week.
It happened along Liberty Heights Avenue. Now, Fox 45 News is speaking with the man who heard the crash.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with his account and an update in this investigation. Shannon.
Well, the driver involved in that deadly collision, Tom and Patrice, is still on the loose this morning, but police are hoping that your tips can help to change that. In fact, they are releasing new photos of what the suspect vehicle looks like. So we want to pull those up for you right here. Take a good look there at your screen. The vehicle is a white Ford F-150 flatbed truck, similar to this one, but police say the vehicle they're looking for should have front end damage. Now, the crash happened on Monday. 87-year-old Clarence Hall was sitting on his porch when he heard a bang, jumped in his car, drove to the intersection of Callaway and Liberty Heights Avenue to find this.
Got out,
and there was a car over on the other side over there. It looked like it run into that pole.
Well, police say inside that car was 88-year-old Barbara Logan. She was rushed to the hospital where she died later. She's the victim of a hit and run. Investigators say Logan had the green light and was driving through the intersection, and that's when the driver of that white Ford ran the red light, colliding with Logan's car, and then just kept going.
That's terrible. So I just hope they find whoever did it.
Hall added that he is just frustrated by the ongoing lawlessness in the city. Police are asking anyone with any information on this case to call 911. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
I obviously had nothing. You can't fight a gun with, I had a diaper bag, my son.
Yeah, Baltimore County father telling Fox 45 News the moment a man opened fire in the trampoline park, topping our next half hour, how his family and the community are trying to move forward.
I thought at that time this was it for me.
The sole surviving firefighter of the Stricker Street fire is describing the moment that he was trapped inside a vacant home fire. Still ahead, an update on his ongoing recovery journey.
And we are seeing some patchy fog, actually, from our Towson camera right now. So a little bit on the muggier side. We're going to see that humidity creep up today, but a real nice weekend's right around the corner. We'll talk about it coming up. All right, welcome back. 6:09 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. We're all talking in the break about what we're going to do today. We're all planning our day out, and hopefully you're planning your day as well. And my job is to let you know exactly how it's going to be, or at least what I hope and think it's going to be. We're seeing some cloud cover out there. We are going to see more humidity for the afternoon, and temperatures will be a bit warmer than where we ended up yesterday. But as we head into tomorrow, and especially on Saturday, got some very nice numbers. We'll actually be cooler and drier right as we head into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
6:10 now. This morning, Hawaii's governor is commissioning the state attorney general to investigate the response to devastating wildfires. This as the death toll continues to rise.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen with where things stand right now. Megan.
So much developing here, guys, over the last few hours. Local media in Hawaii now reporting that the death toll has risen to 111 people. Guys, there are hundreds of others still unaccounted for. As of this morning, rescue teams have only searched 38% of the affected territory. And as crews continue searching through that ash, the rubble, that death toll is expected to grow. We are being told that some of the victims are now being identified, at least 5 of them as of this morning. As for the survivors, they're now struggling to find resources as power, water, and communication issues continue just to plague that island. Many now demanding answers in the meantime for why the warning sirens never sounded. We know Hawaii has one of the largest warning systems in the world, but on the day that these fires broke out, all 80 alarms on Maui remained silent. In a news conference just yesterday, the head of Maui's emergency management agency, Herman Andaya, doubling down on the decision not to sound the siren, saying he has no regrets and claims that doing so would not have saved any lives. Instead, he says the agency followed protocol, which was to send notifications through texts, voicemails, and landlines. But many survivors say that was not enough.
There was no warning. There was no siren. There was no evacuation. No one evacuated our family either.
Certainly weren't hearing any sirens or being warned in any sort of way that there was something this large happening. I'm told that we were sent texts. However, we didn't have cell service for at least a couple hours.
Nobody knew. There was no phone connections. And as much as I was trying to save and let people know, there was no options.
We want to take you live now to the White House, where we are getting word that the president and the first lady there will be surveying the devastation in Hawaii on Monday, meeting with first responders, survivors, and government officials. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as search efforts get underway yet again today in Maui. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The former owner of Washington Commanders dodging a criminal referral. Why a Maryland congressman is saying Dan Snyder is lying under oath.
The Tui family is speaking out about the allegations made by retired NFL player Michael Orr. Still ahead, why they say his claims are hurtful and absurd. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
6:15, here are some stories making headlines around the state.
In Baltimore City, 16-year-old Tavon Scott, the squeegee kid convicted of manslaughter in the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds at the Inner Harbor, will be sentenced on October 23rd. Scott avoided first and second-degree murder charges. The jury rejected that it was premeditated murder due to Reynolds approaching the group of squeegee kids with a baseball bat. Scott faces up to 35 years in prison. His defense team still plans to petition for the case to be tried again in juvenile court.
Well, in Howard County, police investigating how an inmate was able to escape from a transport van. Police say 38-year-old Randy Morris, you see there, was able to escape from the Jessup area around 8:30 yesterday morning and was located just before 6 last night. Officials say the inmate was incarcerated for burglary at the Jessup Correctional Institute. Anne Arundel County Police and Maryland State Police also helped with the search.
Harford County Executive Bob Castley is pledging to increase protection along the popular Mom Paw walking trail in Bel Air following the discovery of 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body more than a week ago. Tuesday, Castley announced cameras will be coming to the trail to help keep an electronic eye. Specifically, he says security will be increased along the trail's isolated areas, below bridges, and through thick forest coverage. Right now, he is still working with BGE and private contractors to determine exactly where the cameras will be placed, how much they'll cost, and when they will be installed.
In the meantime, folks are going to have to rely upon additional police patrols, but also their own public safety awareness. Walk with a friend. Don't go at dusk. Carry your phone with you.
Fox 45 News spoke with residents that tell us cameras are a welcome investment and that they hope it will prevent future tragedies and provide peace of mind. Oh boy. Trending now, the pumpkin.
Doing a
You're
dance.
in your happy place when we talk about this. The pumpkin spice wars are back, and they're starting earlier than ever this year.
Dunkin's pumpkin lineup is back with a variety of drinks and baked goods. Fans can now grab a pumpkin spice signature latte right now, cold or hot, a nutty pumpkin coffee, and something from the pumpkin bakery lineup. You have to wait until September, though, to pair it with Goldfish Dunkin' Pumpkin Spice Grams.
Oh, that's team too
when they'll
much.
be available to buy online and in stores.
I mean,
That's good right
I think
there.
the question was why,
pumpkin
not what.
muffins with the little cream cheese.
Yeah, they look good.
That's
Right.
good. The pumpkin spice latte, although I saw a trivia question yesterday, and that is Starbucks' most requested drink.
Oh, absolutely. They're
PSL.
going on 20 years this year at Starbucks.
Who knew?
And I think it's the 28th is when I'm hearing Starbucks is going to release theirs.
Of this month?
Yeah, 28th of August.
little cult
So
following.
that's also the same day that Chick-fil-A releases its new chicken sandwich and their
man.
milkshake. So I'm going to go there. You can go get
That's
your
fine.
PSL.
Fine with me. But look, I already said I'm not going to have a PSL till September 1st, which is meteorological autumn, which I think
Look at
is
that
okay.
willpower.
October
Look at that
1st.
willpower.
October.
I ain't waiting until October, Patrice. Come on. I got to get into fall, man. And we're going to have a Saturday morning. Look, I am telling you right now, Saturday morning, it is going to feel almost fall-like, where you can have maybe a blanket on the porch, hanging out, a little cup of Joe there, maybe eating some. You're looking at me weird. You all right over there? Megan, the summer baby over there, doesn't like it. So, because she's a summer baby. Megan's birthday, by the way, is tomorrow, everybody. So it's a big thing. Yeah, exactly. So, all right, here's our Towson cam. We are looking at some cloud cover that is out there right now. Now we still have plenty of summer left, and we're going to have temperatures that'll warm up today and a little bit more humidity as well. 68 your number in Towson. 65 is your current dew point. Now, the dew point will get up to about 70 today, so that means that muggy air is here. But this is what I was talking about. Friday and Saturday, much drier air. Those dew points down into the 50s, and that means we've got drier conditions, not going to really feel that sweat. And then with the cool temperatures, it will feel very nice, especially come Saturday morning. Now, as you rise and shine with us, next couple of hours on your Thursday morning, upper 60s and lower 70s next few hours. And look at that sunset. It is before 8 o'clock. So it doesn't go after 8 until May of next year. There's Hank the Bird right there. He's excited about the PSL. 76 by 9 a.m. 89 in the noon hour for your bird is the word forecast, and upper 80s and lower 90s across the board here for your highs today. That means for Westminster, Eldersburg, Reisterstown, Hereford zone, all in those mid 80s. Upper 80s for Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, over to Perry Hall and White Marsh. Right about 90 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties, mid 80s for you. Bel Air and Aberdeen all the way up into Northeast and Elkton on your Thursday. So slightly near or even above average. Now, if you're heading down to the ocean, good day today at the beach. We do have that little thunderstorm icon because we may get a late day shower or thunderstorm there, but mid-80s tomorrow and upper 70s on Saturday. Great beach weekend is right around the corner. Now, I notice I do have green lights on your car wash cast. We may get a stray pop-up shower storm late tonight and early tomorrow morning, but it's really not looking like much, so you should be good to go to get the car clean. And then tomorrow, breezy conditions, cooler, high of 87, waking up in the 60s. Some of us in the 50s Saturday morning with a temperature on Saturday afternoon in the mid-80s. And then, yeah, summer's right back at full strength, low to mid-90s into Sunday and Monday of next week. Mark, are you going to get your pumpkin spice latte anytime soon, sir?
Well, I'm going to try it on your suggestion there. I've got to try it. I've not had it before.
Good. I love it.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there right now on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, both operating with 5-minute delays. Allow time for travel there in those two instances. Light Rail Link with a 10 to 15-minute delay in both directions of that service. You'll want to allow perhaps a little extra time for travel there. And Metro Subway Link keeping to the timetable. No delays, no issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Terrifying moments for a dad who was here in this sky zone with his 2 young kids when gunfire erupted. Just ahead, I'll have that interview that is now shedding light on this weekend's shocking murder in Timonium.
But first, more than 1 million dehumidifiers are being recalled after the break. The brands that could be a danger in your home. 622, you're watching Fox 45's Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.625, making headlines. The former owner of the Washington Commanders dodged a criminal referral to the Justice Department.
Maryland Democratic Congressman Jimmy Raskin had asked the House Oversight Committee to make the referral, pointing at inaccuracies between Dan Snyder's sworn testimony and the NFL's probe into his sexual abuse and financial allegations. The committee's Republican leader decided against making the referral. In a statement, Chairman James Comer accused Raskin of interfering in a private business and urged him to instead investigate President Joe Biden.
We are hearing from the Tui family for the first time after former Ravens player Michael Orr said that instead of adopting him, they tricked him into signing on to a conservatorship. The family calls the claims hurtful and absurd. Orr accuses them of making millions off of his name and story, famously told in the movie The Blind Side. The family says they never made a penny as his conservator, saying Orr threatened to plan a negative story about them unless they paid them $15 million. Well, we have a recall alert for you this morning. More than 1 million dehumidifiers are being recalled due to fire risks.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the recall affects 1.56 million dehumidifiers, or closer to 2 million, by home appliance manufacturer Gree. That's Gree. And the manufacturer says it has received at least 23 reports of units catching fire and 688 incidents of overheating. Recall covers 42 models with several brand names, including GE, Kenmore, and Norpol, manufactured between 2011 and February of 2014. The agency says consumers should unplug the dehumidifiers immediately and then contact the manufacturer for a refund.
We will be under mostly sunny skies. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what we can expect for the rest of the week.
The firefighter rescued from the deadly Stricker Street fire describes the scary moments inside the home. Coming up next, hear his exclusive interview, plus find out the action that he's now taking. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, coming to the end of summer vacation there, kids and teachers and parents and guardians. Yeah.
I'm not ready. already. I enjoy this summer.
Yeah, no, I did too. But I mean, there's time to get back into the routine. Let's go. Get back to work, kids.
All right. Well, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's excited about the end of summer and the beginning of fall.
Yeah, I'd say it goes for me, and this is just for me. It's fall, spring, summer. Summer's like my third favorite season. So,
okay. I like summer, and then I like fall.
All right,
so.
good.
These two, but I just, I want to hold on to it as long as possible.
I got you. Like Wilson Phillips, hold on for one more day. Don't worry, we have heat and humidity today that will be summer-like because it's summertime. Ooh, really pretty shot. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Thanks to the folks in the back for picking that picture out for us. Who got that shot? Was that Matt? Was that Jiffy? Was that Olivia? Was that Muyi? Man. Oh, it was Jiffy. Okay, so Jiffy got it for us. Thank you. Thanks, Jiffy. 66 your temp in Cockeysville and Towson. 65 Rosedale, Essex, Middle River at 67, and we're at 69 in Brooklyn Park. So a mild Thursday morning, warmer though and more humid today, and then a cooler start to the weekend. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Upper 60s and lower 70s. And I don't know if Matty Bo has a pumpkin beer, but maybe they should think about that. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk more about what we can expect for the weekend in just a few.
And then you're left knowing that they weren't able to get everybody out. And you feel bad and you feel possibly guilty because they were all such great people.
Firefighter critically injured the day of the Stricker Street fire that killed the Baltimore City firefighters is speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News. It's been more than a year of recovery for John McMaster, physically, emotionally, and mentally.
And now he's talking exclusively with us about his journey and the changes he would like to see so a tragedy like this doesn't happen again. Olivia Dance joining us now live with his story. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, January 24th, 2022 should have been just another day at work for John McMaster, but now it's a day that's forever ingrained in his mind. In the early morning, a call came in for a 2-alarm fire on Stricker Street. Once inside the home, McMaster and 3 other firefighters couldn't get out.
Something came down and hit me in the back of the head, and the next thing I know, it started crumbling down on us. Trapping us. I tried to remember was, pictures of my families and my friends. I tried to imagine them.
McMaster says death was at his door, but after minutes of being trapped, he felt tugging on his pack, pulling him out of the fire. After days at shock trauma, he learned his 3 fellow firefighters didn't make it. Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Kelsey Sadler, and Kenny Lacayo. McMaster was left with injuries, including memory loss and several burns. And as he continues his path to recovery, he's joined the families of the fallen firefighters, filing notice of their plans to sue the city, saying the tragedy was preventable and they want the vacant home crisis addressed now. The line of duty report released after the fire confirmed firefighters were unaware of the danger inside the home and outlined departmental leadership and cultural issues. It also included pages of recommendations, some of which the fire union says the department has addressed, including marking vacant homes with red signs. But McMaster says it's all too late as his life will never be the same.
I have better moments when I'm with my brothers and sisters, but you always know that you lost 3 of your brothers and sisters in a preventable fire. And that makes me sad also. It makes me angry. But it makes me sad that it seems like nothing's being done about this.
And McMaster says they didn't know that the home was vacant, but he says the hope now is that the city will address the safety of firefighters and the nearly 15,000 vacant homes throughout Baltimore. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Following the Stricker Street fire, the city relaunched the Code X-ray program, which labels unsafe vacant homes with a red sign. Late last year, Fire Chief Niles Ford stepped down after a scathing report in that Stricker Street fire. 3 weeks ago, Mayor Brandon Scott nominated Chief James Wallace to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department.
I obviously had nothing. You can't fight a gun with, I had a diaper bag, my son. My focus was my children, and I just wanted to get them out.
Turning now to counties under pressure, a father who was at Sky Zone with his 2 children is recounting the split-second decisions he made to keep them safe from gunfire.
Shannon Lilly joining us live in Timonium with the interview that is shedding some light on this past weekend's shocking shooting and murder. Shannon.
Yeah, just harrowing moments for this dad, Tom and Patrice. He took his kids somewhere he thought they'd be safe. In fact, he says they've been coming to this Sky Zone trampoline park for years, but the fun, the music, and the laughter quickly turned to something else inside the main trampoline area here when they first heard 2 pops.
And I looked to my left, immediate left, and that's when I realized it was not firecrackers or balloons. And then he just unloaded everything in the magazine.
Locke describes seeing a man in the nearby foam pit and then another man with a black and silver gun standing over that man. And then it was fight or flight. Locke grabbing his 2 young children and running.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if he was reloading. I just know he emptied everything and I wasn't sticking around.
Charging documents now reveal 30-year-old Quentin Walker here was visiting his daughter at the trampoline park before getting into the violent and deadly encounter with his ex-wife's boyfriend. Walker later turned himself into the police and is now behind bars and charged with murder. Back out here live, though, Locke says he is not sure if or when his family will return to this trampoline park. He's also now reevaluating plans to visit the fair or be in any large crowds because that sense of safety for him is gone. Reporting live in Timonium, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. An 88-year-old woman killed in a hit and run along Liberty Heights Avenue. Topping our next half hour, hear from a witness who says it was a sound that startled him.
Baltimore's government continues to expand despite a decline in Baltimore's population. Still ahead, taxpayers voice their concerns about where their money is going.
Temperatures will be in the upper 80s and low 90s. Just ahead, how your weekend forecast, though, is shaping up. Don't want to miss this. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all beautiful morning start here.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This meteor was captured streaking across the skies above Mobile, Alabama recently. It's not certain if this was part of the Perseids meteor shower. This rainbow shared the sky with lightning bolts in Bay Minette, Alabama. And if you crave open spaces, here's a recent view of Mission, South Dakota on a day with comfortable temperatures. But things are expected to heat up for the weekend.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
Weekly unemployment numbers set to drop a little later this morning.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen. She's got the early predictions and what it means for you this time around. Megan.
I feel like, yeah, we're talking about these numbers all the time, but they're important to give us an idea of where we are. This is what we know right now. Last week's claims, you can see they jumped to their highest level in about a month. But looking at this graph right here, you can see they are still averaging right here about what they were before the pandemic. And economists say that's a good sign. That's a sign that the job market remains strong. We are expecting the official numbers to be released at 8:30 this morning. Then at 10 a.m., we're going to get the latest recession forecast from the Conference Board. If you remember, last month, they predicted that we would be entering at least a mild recession right about now. We're going to see where things stand here this morning. In other economic news, earnings week continues with Walmart set to report its quarterly results before today's opening bell. And economists are watching this very closely because this actually covers a broad array of goods, from clothing to home and car and groceries, and all at lower prices. While that's helped to really insulate Walmart during high inflation, the company has still noticed shoppers spending less on those discretionary items, things that they might want, like clothes, but might not actually need. We do know that Target and Macy's both saw sales fall last quarter. Target actually blaming negative reaction to its Pride Month collection on that. We're going to let you know as new numbers drop here this morning, right here from our live center, and of course what it means for you. Patrice?
The former Montgomery County GOP chair is leading an effort to put stricter term limits on the county executive. Still ahead, why he believes county executives should be limited to 2 terms.
Just because you're a juvenile doesn't mean you have a right to disobey the law.
Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, former Baltimore Police Commissioner speaking out on what city leaders should do as youth violence is taking the spotlight in Baltimore's crime fight. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News All Local.
6:45 in your morning rush. Police continue their search this morning for the driver of the vehicle they say caused a collision in a hit and run that killed an 88-year-old woman this week. It happened along Liberty Heights Avenue. Shannon Levy joins us. And Shannon, police are releasing some new information in the case. Hopefully this helps.
Yeah, exactly, Patrice. They're releasing a photo of a vehicle, or what the vehicle should look like, that they are now looking for, because as of this morning, that suspect is still at large. So the vehicle that they are looking for is a white Ford F-150 flatbed truck, but they say there should be damage to the front end of that truck, and they are now asking for the public to submit any tips or to help them in that search. They say the truck crashed into 88-year-old Barbara Logan's vehicle when she had the green light. Just ahead, we are going to hear from a man who heard that crash, his thoughts on this tragedy and the ongoing lawlessness we're seeing in the city. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. In Baltimore, problems growing, complaints mounting, and patience with city halls running thin as Baltimore's population continues to drop. Despite that, the mayor's office has become the largest office in Baltimore's history. Olivia Dan joining us live this morning. Olivia, what are these numbers showing?
Well, Tom, the problems in Baltimore are not because the mayor's office is short-staffed. In fact, the numbers show that staff and salaries in his office are reaching historic highs. Despite that, residents here in the city are moving out. There are now 40,000 fewer people living in Baltimore than there were 7 years ago. So let's take a look at the data. 7 years ago, the mayor's office had a staff of 39 full-time employees and a budget of $5.2 million. Today, the mayor's staff has soared to 103 full-time employees and a budget of $17.1 million. That's 3 times the budget of 7 years ago. Now, during a City Hall budget hearing 2 months ago, council members questioned why the mayor's staffers and their salaries keep expanding. Coming up in about 15 minutes, find out how city leaders are responding and also how these staffing numbers compare to other cities. Back to you.
All right, it is 6:48 now. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers. Very excited, though. In fact, he's so excited he's over there, ready to go.
I thought it said double box, so I apologize.
You do you. It's all right.
All right. I looked at the rundown, and I always look at the rundown to see what's going on. Yeah, here I am. Good morning to all of you. It's Friday Eve, so Thursday morning, and not looking too bad. Just stepped outside myself. Even with some of the clouds hanging around, still feels nice right now. Our temperature's a little cooler, but later today, you're going to see those dew point numbers go up just a little bit, back into that gross category. But... and BBD said you never trust a big button to smile, but look at these dew point numbers tomorrow. Look at the dew point numbers Saturday. That, my friends, is drier air rolling in. So dew point numbers come down. Temperatures also are going to come down. So we've got some very nice mornings ahead. And today is not going to be bad. I mean, it's still August, mid-70s by 9 a.m. if you're out there hitting the course or hitting the links. Really not much wind out there. 89 by noon. And we'll see the upper 80s and into the lower 90s for some of us for the afternoon highs. 87 is typically where we are for August 17th, but mid-80s for Westminster, Cockeysville to Bel Air. 87 Chestertown down through Stevensville on the eastern shore. 85 in Annapolis. Right about 90 in Baltimore City. Upper 80s for Philly and D.C. as well. And even out to western Maryland, 87 in Cumberland today. Well, the upper 70s for Ocean City heading down the ocean. Now, we are 37 days away from the first day of autumn. The autumnal equinox happens early on a Saturday morning, September 23rd. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. So I talked about the dew point numbers going down. Temps going down as well. 90 today, but 87 tomorrow. And look how we slide below average on Saturday with a high of only 85. Those numbers going right back up Sunday and Monday in the low to mid 90s. So we are absolutely not done with that heat of summer just yet. Here's a look at our future scan, too. May see a stray shower, pop-up thunderstorm. We had some fog reported out in the Denton area and also some foggy conditions in parts around Baltimore right now. But for the afternoon, make it a stray pop-up shower or late-day thunderstorm. Most of that's going to be east of 95 if we see anything. And then the cold front comes through tonight. That's going to bring some showers to parts of Pennsylvania, possibly into western Maryland. I don't think we'll see much here in terms of any rain late tonight and early tomorrow morning. By tomorrow afternoon and Saturday, there's that drier and cooler air mass that is settling in very nicely. We're just 18 days out till Labor Day. O's are back in town next Tuesday. Didn't get the win last night in San Diego, but it's all good. We're still 2 games up. in our division, and 24 days until the Ravens home opener at M&T Bank Stadium. So 90 today, breezy and a little cooler tomorrow with the upper 80s around, and then there's those mid 80s on Saturday. We're going to wake up in the 60s Saturday morning, but then again, we get that heat right back into Sunday and Monday early next week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Trending now, Barbie is officially a big screen record breaker.
The wildly popular film has crossed over the $537 million mark at the domestic box office, becoming Warner Brothers' biggest domestic release of all time. The film, starring Margot Robbie, taking the top spot from the 2008 Batman movie The Dark Knight. Barbie has been #1 at the box office for 4 weekends in a row.
Today is the last day of the National Elvis Week. Many Elvis impersonators from all over gathering in Maine. What? Yeah, Maine, to attempt.
They look so different to all be impersonating one man.
All right, I love this video. They'll break a Guinness World Record for the largest gathering of Elvis impersonators. It'll be some time before we find out if they actually beat the record. Those behind the event say they wanted to mark Elvis's one and only performance in Maine, which took place in 1977 at the Augusta Civic Center. Okay.
All right, well, enjoy all the seafood you want at the Maryland Seafood Festival. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark will be live from Annapolis City Dock with the wide array of food vendors that you can choose from.
With summer almost coming to an end, it's time to plan your fall garden. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the best plants that will transition your garden into the fall season. Kind of like flavors for your coffee creamer. As the leaves start to drop, so do the pumpkin, creme brulee,
Did Justin put the cheese in here?
He may have had an influence.
You notice this is a coffee break. It's not a PSL break.
That's coffee.
Go enjoy your coffee. 6:55 now, and making headlines this morning in D.C. Over the last year, every violent crime category has risen. That includes homicides, robberies, and assaults.
Howard University is no stranger to the incidents and its impacts. University taking matters into its hands as classes begin Monday. John Gonzalez from our Sinclair sister station in D.C. joining us with what's being done to keep the students safe.
Well, we understand there is a safety fair being held this morning. The FBI, D.C. police working with the public safety department here at Howard University. And here's what we're seeing on campus, in and around the campus. A lot of lights, cameras, and police and security. Officials here at Howard University say students will now see a safety officer every 100 to 200 feet on campus. The school is ramping up security after 4 students were attacked by teens near these dorms this past weekend. Bison Week, as freshmen move in, will continue, but we're told some of the events will be moved indoors where student IDs can be checked. Now, this assault comes just days after 3 sex abuse offenses, 2 on campus, were reported, and a 14-year-old has been arrested for shooting and killing a construction worker here on campus last month. Thousands of cameras and lights, along with smart card readers, are being added.
You can see one of the students that's being jumped, quite literally being left to die on the concrete. In that same video, you see security standing over him and then walking away.
We can't obviously rely on Metropolitan Police Department. As far as I'm concerned, they have a significant crisis on their hands right now, and I'm sure their resources are going to be limited. And so the expectation that they can put a lot of resources in and around our campus, I think we have to be realistic about. That's what we want, and that's what we're asking them for.
Now, Howard University tells us 3 security officers did not respond consistently with university standards during that recent attack. We are told 2 officers are no longer with the university. A 3rd has been suspended pending an investigation. In downtown Washington, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Making headlines in Baltimore County, police are looking for a group of suspects who stole more than $700,000 worth of merchandise after crashing a van into Radcliffe Jewelers in Pikesville. It happened just after 2:30 yesterday morning. Police say the suspects drove a stolen van through the front of the store. Once inside, they grabbed several high-end items before getting away. This is not the first time that store was targeted. Back in 2018, employees were robbed at gunpoint. Anyone with information is asked to call police.
That smash and grab comes as Fox 45 News learning more about a restaurant vandalism that was caught on camera last week. Surveillance video showing vandals armed with bricks trying to break the front window of the Terra Cafe that's in Charles Village. Owner says he wants city leaders to do more to protect small businesses.
These people keep looking real pretty in front of the camera, and they're real trashy in our community, okay? And guess what? It's got to change.
Well, the owner says he believes the same group of people vandalized at least 4 other local restaurants that same night. He's considering moving out of Baltimore over safety concerns after 25 years.
In Howard County, police are investigating how an inmate escaped from a transport van. Police say 38-year-old Randy Morris escaped in the Jessup area around 8:30 yesterday morning. He was located just before 6 last night. Officials say the inmate was incarcerated for burglary at the Jessup Correctional Institute, and Arundel County Police and Maryland State Police also helped with the search.
Population in Baltimore is declining. Despite that, staffing in the mayor's office is increasing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we press city leaders for an explanation.
A hit and run in the city leaves an 88-year-old woman dead. Just ahead, the new information we are learning in this case and how you can help police solve it.
And our temperatures are not too bad right now. We're going to see those numbers get a little warmer today and then a real nice weekend ahead. It's Fox 45 Morning News. We're glad you're here. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
I'm not sure what's happening here today. Good morning on this Thursday, August 17th. Somebody's given Justin a lot of coffee. I'm Patrice Sanders, or something.
Something. We just need to think just one word, half calf. Half calf. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Tom Rogers, and meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's very excited this morning.
You good? As my daughter would say, you good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. Thanks. Thank you very much, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. Taking a look at our forecast here for today, and this is a really pretty shot here. This is coming from Fed Hill, and a live picture there over the Inner Harbor. And what a nice morning it is. We have a few clouds. This is kind of higher up, almost opposite direction, looking right out there. So thanks for those great live shots. And yeah, it's not too bad. Temperatures are actually a little cooler than where we've been the last few mornings. So 66 in Cockeysville and Rosedale, 68 Essex and Middle River, 69 your temp in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. A mild Thursday morning, warmer and more humid for the afternoon. And then we actually have a cooler start to the weekend. So as you head out the door this morning, make sure to grab those sunglasses, and really no need for the umbrella. There may be a stray shower or thunderstorm popping up late this afternoon for some areas, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But your morning drive, good to go. Upper 60s and lower 70s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
City government works for the people, not the other way around. It isn't intended for people to provide, lifetime pensions and lifetime jobs for people. It's to provide services.
This morning, in a city in crisis, frustration is growing within City Hall. Despite a dwindling population, the size of Baltimore's mayor's office is reaching historic highs.
Olivia Dan joining us live now from Federal Hill with a closer look at those numbers. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the problems in Baltimore are not because the mayor's office is short-staffed. In fact, the numbers show that the staff and salaries in his office are reaching historic highs. Despite that, residents here in the city are moving out. There are now 40,000 fewer people living in Baltimore than there were 7 years ago. So let's take a look at the data. 7 years ago, the mayor's office had a staff of 39 full-time employees and a budget of $5.2 million. Today, the mayor's staff has soared to 103 full-time employees and a budget of $17.1 million. That's 3 times the budget of 7 years ago. During a City Hall budget hearing 2 months ago, council members questioned why the mayor's staffers and their salaries keep expanding. City Manager Faith Leach says the historic staff size is due in part on the addition of 13 new development positions in the mayor's office, ones that come with 6-figure salaries.
We want to recruit talented people to manage large-scale infrastructure projects for the city of Baltimore. We're going to have to pay them over $100,000 to do it.
Europe C. Morgan leads a watchdog group and says the ballooning staff at the mayor's office points to one glaring problem. Take a listen.
There's a serious lack of efficiency. When the people who are there cannot do the job or are unable to do the job, the answer isn't to just hire more people.
With 103 City Hall staffers, the Baltimore mayor's office now outpaces similar offices in larger cities like Boston, where the mayor's office only has 61 employees. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:03 now on Fox 45 News. Also investigating payroll concerns surrounding the mayor's office. Board of Estimates recently approving a new communications position with a salary more than $200,000. Mayor Scott's former chief of staff, Chizia Kager, left her post in May, making $225,000. But she's still on the payroll at $160,000 as a special assistant. City Council President Nick Mosby says he's not aware of what that role entails, saying there needs to be more communication about the movement within the mayor's office.
We've talked to the administration and particularly the CA, Faith Leach, about communication and ensuring that the council's up to date. Obviously we never want to learn stuff through the media, and it's concerning.
Fox 45 News also found reason to believe that Kager didn't take a pay cut when she moved to her new role. So we asked the mayor's office about her compensation in June. We were told we'd hear back at a later date. So far, we've not received a response. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore city government has gotten too big? So far, as you can see right there on your screen on the left, 95% of those who have voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
During this week's town hall with Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Commissioner Richard Worley, there was a tense back and forth with a woman wanting to know more information about safe streets. She tried to ask Worley how the police department would work with safe streets to make the city safer. Instead, the mayor took the question.
We have to understand that there's always transparency with these programs. The monies that we spend on Safe Streets is out there for anybody to see.
None of us wants anyone to be hurt, harmed, certainly not killed or murdered, whether it's Safe Streets or anyone else.
We don't control what nonprofits do with their money. So if they want to show you what they're doing, and all nonprofits information is out there. Every nonprofit has to talk about how their money is spent. So I just want the residents to know that the city doesn't control how a nonprofit gives out their information.
Fox 45 News has gone through the contracts, and the city actually limits what LifeBridge and Catholic Charities are allowed to say. Any Safe Streets publications has to be approved first by Monzi, and all media statements must be approved. While the mayor says the nonprofits publicize their financials, that report, it's called the 990, does not give the public detailed information. Mayor Scott continues to reiterate the importance of keeping the names of Safe Street workers private. Fox 45 News has asked the city for time cards and other workforce documentation with the names of the employees redacted. We still have not gotten that.
7:06, and residents are not the only ones voicing issues about Safe Streets transparency. Fox 45 News also heard from city council members saying funding for Monzi, which oversees the violence intervention program, should be paused until we learn more about how the group operates.
Right now, I think that until we start to see transparency in data, I think that money should be held to a halt.
Now, Fox 45 News will continue pressing city leaders for transparency. Our comprehensive reporting on the questions facing Safe Streets is available right now. You can go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Developing now, police continue their search for the driver who caused a collision and a hit and run that ended up killing an 88-year-old woman this week.
And now Fox 45 News is speaking with the man who heard the crash. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with his account and the update in the investigation. Shannon.
Yeah, the driver involved in that deadly collision, Patrice and Tom, is still on the loose this morning. But police are hoping that your tips can help change that. And so they are now releasing some photos of the suspect vehicle, what they say it looks like. So we want to pull up those photos right here on your screen. Take a good look. The vehicle is a white Ford F-150 flatbed truck similar to this one. But police say the vehicle that they're looking for should have damage to the front of it. Now, the crash happened on Monday. 87-year-old Clarence Hall was sitting on his porch when he heard a bang, jumped in his car, drove to the intersection of Callaway and Liberty Heights Avenue to find this.
Got out, and there was a car over on the other side over there. It looked like it ran into that pole.
Police say inside that vehicle was 88-year-old Barbara Logan. She was rushed to the hospital where she died later. She's the victim of a hit and run. Investigators say Logan had the green light and was driving through the intersection when the driver of that white Ford ran the red light, colliding with Logan's car, and then just kept going.
That's terrible. So I just hope they find whoever did it.
Hall added that he is just frustrated by the lawlessness in the city. In the meantime, police are asking anyone with any information to call 911. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:08 now. This morning, Hawaii's governor is now commissioning the state attorney general to investigate the response to the devastating wildfires. This as the death toll there continues to rise.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen with where things stand now.
Yeah, a lot of new information, guys. The governor last night saying that there were 110 who were confirmed dead. Now here this morning, we're seeing from local media that number of the death toll rising to 111. And guys, there are still hundreds of others that are still unaccounted for. As of this morning, their rescue teams have only searched 38% of the affected territory. And as crews continue searching through the ash, that death toll is expected to grow even more. We are being told that some of the victims are now being identified. As for the survivors, they're now struggling to find resources as power, water, and communication issues continue to plague that island. Many now demanding answers for why the warning sirens never sounded. We know Hawaii has one of the largest warning systems in the world, but on the day that these fires broke out, all 80 alarms on Maui remained silent. In a news conference just yesterday, the new information coming in as the head of Maui's emergency management agency, Herman Andaya, doubling down on the decision not to sound the siren, saying he has no regrets and claims that doing so would not have saved any lives. Instead, he says the agency followed protocol, which was to send notifications through text, voicemails, and landlines. But many survivors say that was not enough.
There was no warning. There was no siren. There was no evacuation. No one evacuated our family either.
Certainly weren't hearing any sirens or being warned in any sort of way that there was something this large happening. I'm told that we were sent texts. However, we didn't have cell service for at least a couple hours.
Nobody knew. There was no phone connections. And as much as I was trying to save and let people know, there was no options.
Take you live now to the White House here, where we are getting word that the president and the first lady will leave Washington, D.C. and head to Hawaii to survey the devastation on Monday, meeting with first responders there, meeting with survivors and government officials. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as search efforts get underway yet again today in Maui.
All right, thanks, Meg. 7:11 is your time right now. Weather Authority forecast. We are tracking temperatures that are going to be a little bit warmer for the afternoon, also increasing our humidity as well as we take you outside right now. A live picture here from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Overall, not too bad. Our temperature's actually a little bit cooler this hour and cooler than we've been the last few mornings. How about that number in Oakland right now at 59 degrees, 62 in Cumberland out in western Maryland. A little bit warmer here along the Chesapeake, but overall, mid to upper 60s is what we're starting with in the 7 o'clock hour for Westminster and Bel Air down to Baltimore City. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. The low to mid 70s is what we are going to see. So it should be a nice morning for a run or a jog. Later this afternoon, as I mentioned, may see a stray shower or pop-up thunderstorm. I'm going to take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, coming up, questions rising after the Maryland State Superintendent of School deletes nearly 100 text messages. Topping our next half-hour, Project Baltimore's investigation into Mohammed Chaudhry.
But first, term limits are being debated in Montgomery County. How this compares to what we saw in Baltimore last year. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
guess if they figure they can't take me out with an actual real election by a real candidate, see if they can knock me out with this. But I think it's bad for politics. I wouldn't do this to a Republican.
Montgomery County Executive Mark Ulrich is speaking out about the idea of stricter term limits. In 2016, voters in Montgomery County voted to limit county leaders to 3 terms in office. But now, former county GOP chairperson Riordan Sullivan is leading a push to bring that down to 2. Now, in Baltimore, voters also approved term limits for the mayor, comptroller, and the city council. It will be effective next year, and it limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. As with Ulrich, it didn't go over well with city leaders. Eurip C. Morgan, spokesperson for the community group Peace, is joining us this morning to talk about the pros and cons of term limits. Good morning.
Good morning.
So in Montgomery County, the former GOP chair there, this is why he said it's needed. The ballot measure is necessary because entrenched leadership stifles new ideas and is causing Montgomery County, in particular there, to lose out on business. Once a leader becomes entrenched, it becomes nearly impossible to defeat them. So what do you think? Pros and cons of term limits?
Look, I think that one thing that politicians should remember is that it's not personal. These seats do not belong to any one person, and they shouldn't take it as a personal attack. This is about a great government for people in our communities. And when you look at it here in Baltimore, Baltimore is a majority Democrat city who voted overwhelmingly, over 70% in favor of term limits, which was question K. It's not a partisan issue. We know that the majority of Americans on nationwide polls, over 90%, approve of term limits. It's bipartisan, and it's about, the individuals.
So let me ask you, when Baltimore voters voted yes to question K, Councilman Ryan Dorsey immediately wanted to put out another bill that would reverse that and get rid of the term limits. But why are voters so in favor of it, and why are leaders so against it?
Well, I think it's obvious why leaders are against it. They like I said, they take it very personally, like the councilman who can't, they can't seem to see it as government is a role for the people. You're supposed to work for the people for a certain amount of time. It's not supposed to be, an entrenched type of career, and that's what so often happens. But I think that voters recognize that it is very difficult for somebody who has become entrenched in this particular position to stay there for as long as they want.
But so without having term limits in place, couldn't voters simply just vote for who they want or who they don't want in office? It seems like, and I think the argument of some people is that term limits can also work against the will of the people, because maybe you like this person, they're doing a great job, but now they're hampered, their hands are tied by these term limits.
Well, that's the great thing about what was done here in Baltimore City is that, just because a person runs for mayor and they're elected twice doesn't mean that they can't run for any other office. They could run for comptroller, they could run for state delegate, they could run for state senator, they could run for governor. It simply limits the amount of time that they can be in that one office. And we know that, part of what happens when you become entrenched in an office is the fundraising comes with it. And, the amount of money that it takes to run a campaign for mayor, upwards of $1 million, can be very difficult for the average person to collect.
All right, Eurip C., thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if you're trying to soak up some sun, and this one last summer, this weekend's going to be perfect with that temperatures only in the 80s.
Yeah, in fact, we want to take you to right now. You can see on the top right there, that is Ocean City's beach, and they just combed it over so it looks immaculate. The Inner Harbor right here, and then also Towson, as back to school countdown ends next week for some right here in Maryland. When you find out exactly what the bus forecast may look like here at the bus stop, we've got our meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about back to school. Well, let's just talk about the last few weeks of summer before we start talking about back to school.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, Tom. I mean, we are your back to school station, so we have our countdown to the bus stop forecast, which we'll do here in just a minute or so. But yeah, we still got a really nice couple of days, especially tomorrow and Saturday. They're just looking wonderful in terms of our forecast. And even today, not too bad. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, we've got calm conditions right now. And overall, not too bad for boaters and watermen out there on your your captain's cast. We'll see southeast wind about 5 to 10 knots. Now, that wind is going to pick up through the later part of the afternoon. And note that we do have a small craft advisory. It's for later this evening through late tonight. That wind is really going to kick up out of the southwest, 10 to 20 knots, and could even see waves 1 to 2 feet. So if you're out for an evening cruise, just know that that's when that wind is going to be stronger, and we have the small craft advisory in effect. Most of the day, though, should be good to go on the water, or no matter what you're doing anywhere outside. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s, a few lower 90s here and there, and typically this time of year, right about 87 is where we end up for our average. We'll keep those upper 80s going for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., right about 78 if you're heading down the ocean. Speaking of Ocean City, and yeah, here it is, the countdown to your bus stop forecast. 11 days left until we get the bus all shined up and ready to go for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties as well. And in 19 days, kids in Carroll County will be going back to school. Eastern Shore, Queen Anne's and Talbot County, kind of right along with the rest of them at 11 days left. So August, end of August, that first Monday, last Monday in August, sorry, is August 28th. And then we're 19 days out until Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County gets back to school. That's also after Labor Day. Now, here's our future scan. We do have the potential of a few of these little green blobs popping up here later this afternoon into the evening time. Really don't see much in the way of thunderstorm coverage, but don't be surprised if you get a stray pop-up storm, especially east of 95. Then the cold front's going to come through tonight. That could bring a few showers to parts of Pennsylvania and into western Maryland. But overall, really not tracking much rain overnight. Drier and cooler air. Here it comes on Friday, and really settling in nicely on Saturday behind that ridge of high pressure, drying us out, and again, dropping our temperatures. So after a high of 90 today, we'll be in the upper 80s tomorrow. A bit breezy at times, too, with cooler temperatures. Mid-80s Saturday. Some of us waking up in the 60s Saturday morning, but others waking up in the 50s on Saturday morning. So that will be very nice. But right back to the low and mid-90s into Sunday and Monday of next week. Patrice?
This morning, Fox 45 is getting new insight into deleted text messages on the state superintendent's work phone. Coming up at 7:30, Project Baltimore uncovers why some are calling for him to step down.
And we're in beautiful Annapolis this morning, getting ready for the Maryland Seafood Festival. Beautiful Annapolis, great food, great music. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:24. What's Maryland best known for? Seafood.
Yeah,
of
definitely.
course.
Crabs.
Seafood.
Yeah.
The
Spice.
annual Maryland Seafood Fest is back this weekend.
Mark Clark, guess what? He gets the lucky job of being in Annapolis along the water at City Dock, talking about and probably eating food. Seafood, you eat it. That's my diet plan, right, Mark?
I know, I gotta calm down. I'm picking up weight. But anyway, I'm with Jen and Grace. And Jen, it's back. We're doing it. It's coming up this weekend. Tell us about this amazing festival coming.
So we are super excited about the festival this weekend. It's here at the City Dock Annapolis. It is our return after being out at Sandy Point State Park for many, many years. We're gonna have lots of local restaurants here with food. We've got a Naptown Seafood Sampler. We have the Crab Soup Cook-Off with over 19 different foods. Soups. We have fun for everybody. We have tons of music. We've got watermen here talking about their craft. We have pogo demonstrations, you name it, we got it. And we're super excited because we also have the Mildred Bell, which is a working crab boat based out in Baltimore.
And Grace, tell us about Mildred Bell.
Yes, the Mildred Bell is a part of Living Classrooms Foundation. We are an authentic, historic Chesapeake Bay buy boat. We will be right here this weekend running deck tours for the public. We will also be doing sunset cruises at night, give everyone a chance to explore the boat, examine some local wildlife, get to meet the crew and learn what we do over at Mildred Bell and Living Classrooms.
It really doesn't get better than this, Jen. So how can we come? How do people get here?
So you can find out more information and get tickets for everything at www.marylandmdseafoodfestival.com. Tickets online are $15. At the door, they are $20. And it also gives you a schedule of our events.
Okay.
And we're going to have great weekend with weather, so we hope to see you there.
Perfect. Guys, and again, you know, of course, we're going to have to get into the food coming up. The food coming up.
But of course.
So stick around.
But of course. And they do. They have perfect
course.
weather for the weekend. All right, well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Today, we are partly cloudy, warmer with a little bit more humidity.
Oh, but the weekend. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we could see some showers move through the region. That's not going to be the weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 7:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly what the weekend is going to look like because it's approaching quickly.
I'm ready for it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
And we're trying to get Patrice to go up in a plane with us, but I don't know how that's going to work out. We'll see.
She's very hesitant right now.
We'll see. It's all good. I'm a very safe pilot. So is Tom. Yeah. All right, taking a look outside right now. We'll see what's going on for you. There's my Charm City tank shot, and boy, oh boy, it is a nice start to your morning. Right down 395. Calm Patapsco River as we look down out over near the Hanover Street Bridge. So overall, our temperatures are going to climb a bit today. So a few more degrees for our high temps and more humidity as well. Definitely back to that August feel after a bit of a break yesterday. And then a cooler start to the weekend. So look at this, 90 today. You'll see a few clouds hanging around, maybe a stray shower or two late this afternoon and evening. But tomorrow, 87, Saturday, 85. And the big headline weather-wise is the fact that our humidity drops considerably for both Friday and Saturday. We'll take a closer look at that. I'll show you some of those temperatures on Saturday morning that feels a little fall-like. Back to you.
7:31 now. This morning, we are learning more about the 98 text messages deleted from the state superintendent of schools' cell phone.
And as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, it's leading some to say that Mohammed Chaudhry should consider resigning.
Most people would take a look at this circumstance and say it's a cover-up.
Adam Andrzejewski is the founder of OpenTheBooks.com, a nonpartisan government watchdog group that last year filed 50,000 public records requests across all 50 states concerning how your tax dollars are spent.
This is a failure of leadership.
Andrzejewski is a public records expert.
Yes.
But he has never seen anything like this. 98 text messages, each one deleted from the taxpayer-funded cell phone of Maryland's top education official, State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry. And what Project Baltimore just learned about these deleted text messages, Andrzejewski says, is a big problem.
The superintendent should consider resigning his position.
On Monday, the State Board of Education issued this statement on its website concerning the text messages. The reason they're gone is because your superintendent's cell phone was set to automatically delete text messages after just 30 days.
It's all his text. It's not just your 98 text. It's every text. It's all the text that he's using to conduct state business.
We filed our initial public records request on April 10th. At that time, according to the metadata for the 98 text messages, 12 of them were not yet 30 days old. According to state law, as soon as we filed this public records request, at least these 12 messages should have been preserved. But they were not. They were deleted anyway. A problem that is addressed in this statement. Quote, the state board recognizes that text messages cannot be deliberately deleted after they are requested as part of a Public Information Act request.
This needs to be investigated immediately as record concealment or destruction of the public record. So those records belong to the people.
Project Baltimore, a few weeks ago, received the metadata for these 98 text messages sent or received by the superintendent. We filed a public records request for them on April 10th because we believe they could further shed light on why the state changed how it reports test scores of low-performing schools, which made far less information about those schools available to taxpayers and parents. That decision was made after FOX45 broke the story that 23 schools in Baltimore City had 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math in 2022. In its statement, the Board of Education broke down Chaudhry's text messages this way. 2 were to administrative employees. 3 were personal numbers. 4 were with the director of the Center for School Safety. 24 were with another public official's personal number. And 62 we're told were spam.
The people in Maryland own those records. They paid for the creation of those records, and they need to be able to see those records.
According to Maryland law, every government agency, at least once every 2 years, must review its document retention policy, which guides public officials on what records should be preserved and for how long. But the State Department of Education's policy has not been updated since 2006. The last time MSDE's record retention policy was updated, 17 years ago, the iPhone had not yet been invented. This policy doesn't even mention text messages. As a result of Fox 45's reporting, the board said it will work with the state archives to determine how best to address text messages moving forward. But Angievsky said, it doesn't matter because the superintendent was using a taxpayer-funded cell phone to conduct taxpayer-funded business. He says those messages should not have been deleted.
He didn't want to turn over information about how he was making decisions on what student test scores to post in the worst performing schools. That the victims here are students trapped in those failing schools and their families.
If there were to be an investigation of the state superintendent's deleted text messages, it would most likely come from the Attorney General's office. So we sent the AG's office an email asking for comment, and we received a reply that simply said, the Attorney General does not confirm or deny the existence of an investigation. We will stay on this rapidly developing story and have more in the coming days. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
The Baltimore group People Empowered by the Struggle is demanding the state superintendent of schools resign and be removed immediately. They're pointing to his, quote, many violations of the Maryland Public Information Act.
Now, in a letter sent to Governor Wes Moore on the Maryland State Department of Education, PEBTS claims the recent actions of Chaudhary and Baltimore City Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises brings questions of transparency to the education system in Maryland. A group says they will continue to demand accountability until a change is made.
A father fights to keep his kids safe at a trampoline park. After the break, the moment's fun, music, and laughter took a dramatic turn.
Now, we are going to be a little bit more humid today as showers could move through our region a little bit later on tonight. Some of you dealing with fog on the eastern shore. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we will dry up and how the temperatures are going to be holding up. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
740, turning now to counties under pressure. A father who was at Sky Zone with his 2 children is recounting the split-second decisions he made to keep them safe from gunfire.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Timonium this morning with the interview that is shedding some light on this past weekend's shocking murder. Shannon?
Just harrowing moments for this dad, Tom and Patrice. He took his kids somewhere he thought they'd be safe. In fact, he says they have been coming to this Sky Zone here, trampoline park, for years. But the fun, the music and laughter quickly turned to something else inside the main trampoline area when at first they heard this.
And I looked to my left, immediate left, and that's when I realized it was not firecrackers or balloons. And then he just unloaded everything in the magazine.
Locke describes seeing a man in the nearby foam pit, and then another man with a black and silver gun standing over that man. And then it was fight or flight. Locke grabbing his 2 young children and running.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I didn't know if he was reloading. I just know he emptied everything and I wasn't sticking around.
Well, charging documents now reveal 30-year-old Quentin Walker here was visiting his daughter at the trampoline park before getting into the violent and deadly encounter with his ex-wife's boyfriend. Walker later turned himself into police. He's now behind bars and he's charged with murder. Back out here live, though, Locke says he is not sure if or when his family will return here to this trampoline park. And he's also now reevaluating plans to visit the fair or be in any kind of large crowd, because that sense of safety that he once had is gone. Reporting live in Timonium, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. In a city, youth violence taking the spotlight despite homicide and shooting numbers trending downward. After the break on this morning's Fox Undercover, what can be done to address juveniles involved in the crime crisis?
And the firefighter critically injured the day of the Stricker Street fire is speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News. Still to come this morning, his journey to recovery and what he says can be done to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. 742, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Baltimore City homicide and shooting numbers are trending down and are currently down over last year at this time. But youth violence has quickly taken the spotlight in Baltimore's crime fight. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Shooting numbers are down. A lot of people are saying that. The mayor, is also talking about that. Whether it's from the new DA with Ivan Bates or the mayor's plans, if they are actually working. One thing, though, that has now changed: youth crime. Those numbers are going up. Major focus on the either carjackings or stealing cars, vandalism, to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, with still no arrest made there.
Yeah, I know. And before we move on to that, I just want to say, with the reduction in crime, I wish people would look to when Anthony Barksdale was appointed to deputy mayor for public safety, when the crime reduction started. I'm telling you, that was a smart move on the mayor's behalf.
Yeah, the mayor but then also that also sparking some text messages back and forth between Monzi director Shantae Jackson and saying, with both the commissioner, the former police commissioner, talking about Barksdale, and he's a little bit more tough on crime than what the mayor was going. Mayor's messaging is also getting tougher on crime.
Yeah, that's exactly why it's going down. Barksdale was tough on crime. This is exactly what they needed. So I don't know what they're complaining about. Do you want to have a hands-off police department with a city that leads the nation in murder, or do you want to save lives and actually do what's responsible? I can't understand what these people are saying.
Well, Ed, let's talk about this. Barksdale and Bates, then. If the two of them are bringing the crime down here overall, then, and it's because of a little bit tougher on crime approach, how do they mix in with youth violence that we're seeing is going up? I mean, we're going back to the Brooklyn Day, the largest mass shooting in Baltimore history, and it happened, and the majority of the people that were involved with that were youth.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think it's the most dangerous part of your population. Very little sense of consequence. Carrying guns, we saw with the squeegee murder, very young people doing very bad things. But it certainly is a problem. And I've seen actually resurgence of squeegee kids back out there now. And if they don't eradicate that, you're going to have violence again.
Yeah, squeegee kids coming out just a couple days ago. There was two actually shot. One, a 19-year-old killed. The other 19-year-old is fighting some injuries right here. But that just happening, and we're talking about squeegee kids possibly coming back. They are lower than what we saw this time last year, definitely, but they are maybe seeing a resurgence there. What about street racing also? We're starting to see that again. We just had an hour-long street racing where witnesses says they were peeling out for more than an hour. Police show up, a lot of youth present, and police do not make any arrests. And they were blocking a major intersection.
Yeah, I know. This is a problem. They've got to be able to get back to policing the way you're supposed to police. Just because you're a juvenile doesn't mean you have a right to disobey the law. They need to engage these kids and stop them and lock them up if they have to, because this is going on.
But you can't. You have so many politicians saying that leads to mass incarceration, which is exactly what they're trying to get away.
This is the problem. Politicians don't run the police department. Your responsibility is the safety of the public. That's the responsibility. Arrest numbers don't matter at all. That's not what they should be focused on. You should be focused on if the city is safer now than it was last year. And mass incarceration is, listen, they don't incarcerate enough people in this city because they haven't been prosecuting for a long time. That's just one of those big fat lies. You tell often enough, people start to believe it. It's just not true. People aren't being prosecuted for very serious things. And that's why we're in the mess we're in. So they really have to knock it off the mass incarceration rhetoric.
Ed Norris, leave it right there. Thank you. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan, 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, well, it is 7:49. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have some fog along the eastern shore, completely different than almost every other area around Maryland.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. In some areas out there seeing those low clouds, but man, what a spectacular shot right here. And thanks to our photojournalist, Megan, out there, who is looking out over the inner harbor from Federal Hill. And this is going to be a pretty nice day. You got a lot of boats out there. Another shot here from our inner harbor sky cam, and looking in right there at the ship that's come in. Looks like one of those cruise ships. I can't tell which one that is, but it's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you have the stock market beat. Spalding, get your foot off the boat. That's,
wow.
That's what I was trying to do.
That was actually pretty good. You ended it very well. That was well done.
Spalding, get your foot off the boat. Oh, Judge Smales. That's good stuff. All right, 69 is your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of, and our dew point temperature at a nice 65 degrees. Now, dew point's going back up today. That's what I was talking about earlier. And 70-degree dew point means, yeah, it's definitely going to be a little stickier. However, Friday and Saturday looks great. Look at those dew point numbers drop into the 50s. So that drier air is coming in. Actually going to be a little bit breezy tomorrow afternoon as that cooler air rolls into our area. So 72 next hour on your MetroCast day planner. Numbers through noontime will be in the mid to upper 80s, and we'll slide into the lower 90s, at least for some of us, as we head into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this Thursday afternoon. Check those numbers here for your neighborhood. Mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, 87 Perry Hall and White Marsh today. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, Ellicott City and Columbia right now, or for this afternoon, will be in the mid to upper 80s. We'll see 88 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 86 in the capital down there where Mark Clark is hanging out. Upper 80s and lower 90s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. And if you are heading down the ocean, what a weekend it will be. Now, we do have some cloud cover around today. Tom mentioned some of the fog on the eastern shore right now. We may see a few showers late this afternoon for the beaches, but 84 tomorrow and then upper 70s on Saturday. I mean, just really nice weather there on the ocean. All right, here's a look at our future scan. Nice weather for us here, too. You can see a little bit of more of the cloud cover, a couple of those little green blobs here and there starting to work in to the afternoon. So maybe a stray shower or thunderstorm east of 95. Then tonight, the cold front's coming through. This is the big weather maker that's changing up our weather pattern. We may see a few showers overnight in areas right along the Maryland and PA line. But for tomorrow afternoon, nothing but sunny skies and drier air. Saturday, some of us are waking up in the 50s, and some in the mountains could wake up in the 40s on Saturday morning. So that's going to be a little touch of fall. And then Sunday, we start heating right back up. So don't worry, summer lovers, that summer heat is coming right back. After today is high of 90. We get to 87 on Friday, mid 80s on Saturday, then lower 90s Sunday, Monday mid 90s. That's going to be the hottest day of the next 7. And you can always, where's my little thing? That's the little thingy on the bottom. Little ding, there it is, right there. Ding. Take a picture of that thing and you got your thing right there in the palm of your hand. Top. I was waiting for the thing.
A lot of things going on right there. QR code, yeah. Scan it and brings it right there to your app. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Speaking of something that's happening right now, here you go. You see this. This is South 95. We are right just south of the Tidings Bridge, and it's the left lane. There's 2 vehicles involved. You see the coned off area, but that's causing a delay that's causing you maybe about 2 miles of delay when you're crossing the Tidings Bridge. Everybody else, you're moving along pretty good. A little bit more volume here in your Len Stoller Traffic Network.
Still to come this morning, the countdown to playoffs is on for the MLB, the Orioles' latest games, and what's next for the Birds.
And it's a beautiful morning in Annapolis. Of course, the beautiful people having breakfast and hanging out. This weekend is going down. The Maryland Seafood Festival is on the way. We'll tell you about it coming up.
Before you head down to the water. I know. What would you be doing? Sitting out there on those little bistro tables?
With a cup of coffee.
Perfect time for Topping your Sports Unlimited news, we're hearing from the Tui family for the first time after former Ravens player Michael Orr said instead of adopting him, they tricked him into signing a conservatorship. Well, the family calls the claims hurtful and absurd. Orr accuses them of making millions off of his name and story famously told in the movie The Blind Side. The family says they never made a penny as the conservators, saying that Orr threatened to plant a negative story about them unless they paid him $15 million.
Turning now to the O's. They sadly wrapped up their 3-game series in San Diego with a loss. After winning Game 1, they lost the last 2, but they didn't get swept, so there's that. Today, the Orioles are off. Tomorrow, they'll be back at it in Oakland as they take on the A's. First pitch is at 9:40. The O's are back home next Tuesday. Today, we're going to be partly cloudy. Temperatures reaching the upper 80s. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when the next weather maker is expected to move through the region.
The population of Baltimore is declining. Despite that, staffing in the mayor's office is increasing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we press city leaders for an explanation. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
City government works for the people, not the other way around.
A ballooning city government now drawing criticism. How it could impact the services you rely on every day.
Are they catching anybody? Are they locking up anybody?
An 88-year-old woman is dead after a hit-and-run crash in the city. A witness shares what he saw, plus his frustrations about crime in Baltimore.
And our temperatures are not looking too bad right now. We will see more humidity this afternoon, but got a real nice weekend lined up for you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning on this Thursday, August 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here on this Friday Eve.
And birthday Eve for someone right there, Megan Gilland.
It's exciting.
I know, it is exciting, yeah. So we are talking about temperatures today that are going to go back up. It'll be a little bit more on the muggy side for your birthday Eve and for anybody who's doing stuff outside. We can already see some clouds kind of rolling in right now from our Towson camera, and definitely seeing more humidity as we get into the later part of the day today. So low to mid 70s here for Westminster and Baltimore. Those are your numbers right now. Out in Oakland there in western Maryland, 61. We're at 64 in Cumberland, 69 currently Hagerstown. So boaters and watermen, calm morning, southeast wind about 5 to 10 knots, but that wind is going to pick up throughout the day, and we have a small craft advisory for late this afternoon, in the evening, into the overnight hours. Just know that wind's going to be starting to be a little gustier, and could see some stronger waves as well. Just be aware of that if you're going to be out on the water. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about what we can expect with those temperatures coming down as we head into the weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. No major incidents or delays to report. Pretty nice looking shot there as we look at the 95-895 split. Cars moving really nicely in that stretch.
This morning in a city in crisis, frustration is growing within City Hall. Despite a dwindling population, the size of Baltimore's mayor's office is reaching historic highs.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now from Federal Hill with a closer look at the numbers. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the problems in Baltimore are not because the mayor's office is short-staffed. In fact, the numbers show that staff and salaries in his office are reaching historic highs. But despite that, residents here in the city are moving out. There are now 40,000 fewer people living in Baltimore than there were 7 years ago. So let's go ahead and take a look at the data. 7 years ago, the mayor's office had a staff of 39 full-time employees and a budget of $5.2 million. Today, the mayor's staff has soared to 103 full-time employees and a budget of $17.1 million. That's 3 times the budget of 7 years ago. During a City Hall budget hearing 2 months ago, council members questioned why the mayor's staffers and their salaries keep expanding. City Manager Faith Leach says the historic staff size is due in part on the addition of 13 new development positions in the mayor's office, ones that come with 6-figure salaries.
We want to recruit talented people to manage large-scale infrastructure projects for the city of Baltimore. We're going to have to pay them over $100,000 to do it.
Europe C. Morgan leads a watchdog group and says the ballooning staff at the mayor's office points to one glaring problem. Take a listen to what she said.
There's a serious lack of efficiency. When the people who are there cannot do the job or are unable to do the job, the answer isn't to just hire more people.
With 103 City Hall staffers, the Baltimore mayor's office now outpaces similar offices in larger cities like Boston, for example, that the mayor's office there only has 61 employees. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore city government has gotten too big? So far, 96% of people who have voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Developing now, police continue their search for the driver they say caused a collision in a hit and run that killed an 88-year-old woman this week.
Now, Fox 45 News is speaking with the man who says he heard the crash.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with his account and an update in this investigation. Shannon. We'll try to get back to Shannon in just a moment here. Meantime, we are getting an update out of Hawaii, where we know those wildfires, the death toll in the wildfires continue to climb.
That's right. Hawaii's governor now commissioning the state's attorney general to investigate the response to those wildfires. And the death toll, as you said, is rising. We've got Tom Rogers over in our live center.
Yeah, Megan, Patrice, the local media in Hawaii, you can see it right here. That death toll now has climbed to 111, with hundreds still missing. As of this morning, rescue teams have only searched 38% of the affected territory. And as crews continue searching through all that ash and rubble, the death toll is expected to grow increasingly. We're being told that some of the victims are now being identified. Total of 5, all from 70 to 90 years of age. They're now struggling to find resources, power, water, communication issues. issues continue plaguing the island. 2,000 still without power. Many now demanding answers for why the warning sirens never sounded. We know Hawaii has boasted about the largest warning systems in the world, but on the day these fires broke out, all 80 alarms on Maui remained silent. In a news conference yesterday, the head of Maui's emergency management agency, Herman Ndea, doubling down on the decision not to sound the siren, saying that he has no regrets and claims that doing so would have saved even more lives. Instead, he says the agency followed protocol, which was to send notification through text, voicemail, and landlines. But many survivors say that was not enough.
There was no warning. There was no siren. There was no evacuation. No one evacuated our family either.
Certainly weren't hearing any sirens or being warned in any sort of way that there was something this large happening. I'm told that we were sent texts. However, we didn't have cell service for at least a couple hours.
Nobody knew. There was no phone connections. And as much as I was trying to save and let people know, there was no options.
You're hearing that story a lot. The governor also saying that he will prevent any land grabs, as some families say they've suggested they may move instead of rebuilding due to the higher costs. We're taking you live to the White House, where President and First Lady say they will be surveying the devastation personally Monday, meeting with first responders and survivors and government officials. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. We want to go back to that developing news now, where police are continuing the search for the driver they say caused the collision in a hit and run that killed an 88-year-old woman this week.
We've got Shannon Lilly, who spoke with the man who heard the crash. Shannon.
Yeah, and the driver this morning that police believe caused this crash is still on the loose. And so police are hoping that your tips can help change that. They have released a new photo of what the suspect vehicle looks like. So we want to pull that photo up here on your screen so you can see it. Take a good look there. The vehicle is a white Ford F-150 flatbed truck, similar to this one, but police say the vehicle should have front end damage, the one that they're looking for. Now, the crash happened on Monday. 87-year-old Clarence Hall was sitting on his porch when he heard a bang, jumped in his car, drove to the intersection of Callaway and Liberty Heights Avenue to find this.
Got out, and there was a car over on the other side over there. It looked like it ran into that pole.
Police say inside that vehicle was 88-year-old Barbara Logan. She was rushed to the hospital where she died later, and she's the victim of a hit and run. Investigators say Logan had the green light and was driving through the intersection, and that's when the driver of that white Ford ran the red light, colliding with Logan's car, and then just kept going.
That's terrible. So I just hope they find whoever did it.
Hall added that he is just frustrated by the lawlessness in the city. In the meantime, police are asking anyone with any information to call 911. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Took my job from me. I love that job. I love the men and women that I work with the Baltimore City Fire Department.
A survivor of the deadly Stricker Street fire sits down with Fox 45, how that day changed his life and how he's working to prevent more tragedies like it.
New insight into deleted text messages on the state superintendent's work phone. What Fox 45 News Project Baltimore uncovered that have some calling for him to step down. It's 8:09. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:12 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. It's Friday Eve, and we are almost to the weekend, and we're going to see a lot cooler numbers and less humidity starting tomorrow. We got to get through today first, and looking down there at Camden Yards. Tuesday is when the O's come back to town, so back from their long road trip, trying to get back on the winning train tomorrow night in Oakland. Definitely grab the sunglasses, even with a little bit of cloud cover out there right now, but you'll need your shades, not the umbrella today. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Want to enjoy delicious seafood on the water? Still ahead, Mark Clark is going to join us live from the Annapolis City Dock with more on the Maryland Seafood Festival happening this weekend.
And it's been 1 year since the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program went into effect. Up next, we're going to break down whether or not the program is successful and the concern about nonprofits being involved. It's 8:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of the first payments in the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program, giving 200 low-income families in Baltimore $1,000 a month. Well, this morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on whether he believes this is successful. David, good morning. Do you think this is working? Is this helping families? Is it helping the economy?
Good morning, Megan. And first of all, this is going to be an expensive program, about $4.8 million over the next 2 years, and then $500,000 to administer it. And we don't know if it's going to be successful. And therein lies the problem, is that the monitoring of this program isn't going to happen until after the 2-year pilot program is up. Johns Hopkins is going to get involved in this. You have other nonprofits that are administering this. And the concern is that when you look around the country, other cities have tried this with mixed results. Stockton, California did something very similar, and there was 40% of the money they couldn't track. So they didn't know where 40% of the money went. The other 60%, that's the good news. It went towards food, it went towards other things, but they just don't know where 40% went. And that's what I'm concerned about, this money.
Has it worked in any other cities who have tried it?
Not really, and that's why this is something relatively new in this country since 2020, and this was really in response to the pandemic. Is that a lot of people lost their income, and this was a supplement, and this money has no conditions to it. So basically, this is cash, and you get to spend it on whatever you want. And what they're going to do is you have a nonprofit that is going to administer this program, and they're taking these 200 families. 70 of them are going to be involved in this storytelling, and then 130 of them are actually going to take surveys. And we may not know the results of that for actually years. And you have the mayor who may extend this program beyond that. And this is federal relief money. So if they extend it beyond the 2-year pilot program, it could put a drain on city finances, especially if they expand.
I wanted to ask you that, and just how it works too. Obviously, we're at the 1-year mark. Those 200 families who were picked for this first year, are they also chosen for the second year as well, or does it switch to new families?
No, it looks like they're going to be chosen for the second year as well, because they want to see just what kind of impact over a 2-year period. And when you have a nonprofit in the middle of this, the concern is that the nonprofits don't release a lot of financial information. When they submit tax forms to the IRS, it's a Form 990. I don't want to get too technical, but basically it's a snapshot. It's not an audit of the nonprofit. It's just a snapshot, and they don't have to do this until 2 years after their fiscal year is up. So right now, a nonprofit is reporting income from 2021. I mean, almost 2 years later than when the programs happened. So that's why I'm concerned about nonprofits.
And the transparency of it. We've been hearing a lot about the 990s. David, thank you for weighing in this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our weather authority forecast right here in Towson. But I'm hearing there's a shot of Paris. Is that possible to take that shot on the smartboard? Wow, look at that. Did you guys know I went to France? No, had no idea? No. I never talk about it. It was beautiful. Paris was really nice. It was a lot of fun. So our Towson cam, good morning to you. We have a few clouds kind of hanging around right now. And overall, our humidity is going to increase today. So notice that muggy meter is going to sneak back up into that gross category with dew point temps that will rise close to about 70 degrees. So a bit more humid for the afternoon. Good day to hang in the pool. Cannonball on your splash cast. 80 by 10 a.m. About 90 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Remember that UV index in that very high category. So even if we have some cloud cover around, you still can get burned within about 10 or 15 minutes. So got to make sure to lather up. Mid-80s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 87 Chestertown, Stevensville on the Eastern Shore. Right about 90 in Baltimore City and 87 in Columbia. And up and down the 95 corridor, another day with temps in the upper 80s and close to about 90 in Baltimore with upper 70s if you're heading down the ocean for Ocean City. And maybe getting that last couple of beach trips in for the next few weekends. 11 days left for the bus stop forecast. Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Arundel County, and 19 days for Carroll County. In the Eastern Shore areas, Queen Anne's and Talbot, you're back in 11 days and 19 days for you in Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County. You can go ahead and get the cars cleaned up. Even though we have some clouds around today, we may get a stray pop-up shower or storm. Most of that's going to stay east of 95. So Eastern Shore probably has a better chance of seeing some of that. But Friday and Saturday, we're looking all green and good to go. Here's what I'm talking about on our future scan. So here's a few of those little green blobs right there moving out through the area about 4 and 5 o'clock hours. So if you get a rumble, hear a rumble of thunder or see a stray thunderstorm, don't be too surprised. Now, tomorrow morning early, this is the cold front coming through. May see a few showers along the Maryland and Pennsylvania line. And then as we get into Friday afternoon, we'll see that drier air moving in and really feeling good into Saturday morning as well. Saturday is when you're going to feel it the second you step outside, with some of us waking up in the 50s for the morning time. We're only going to get to the mid 80s on Saturday afternoon. And again, a lot less humid, so it's going to feel very nice, almost fall-like. Back to the lower 90s Sunday, and then look at that, 95 on Monday. So there's that summer heat coming right back at ya.
All right, Justin, thank you. Speaking of Paris, a faux pas at the Eiffel Tower. Why American tourists are getting in trouble at one of the most famous European landmarks.
And we are in Annapolis. That's right. The Maryland Seafood Festival is coming home. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
You don't want to be anywhere else this weekend. The annual Maryland Seafood Festival is back in Annapolis.
Mark Clark is live at Chop Tank Restaurant with what they've got on the menu. A beautiful weekend to be out there. The weather's going to be great. The food even greater.
That's right, guys. I don't have any food in my mouth yet, but again, it's coming. I got Jeremiah, I got Mike, and so Jeremiah, we're excited. It's back, and you can tell. I mean, the weather's going to be great. It's going to be a great time.
It's going to be an amazing weekend. So we have the Maryland Seafood Festival coming back downtown Annapolis. This was hosted here over 50 years ago. We were downtown for the first 20 or so years. We've been at Sandy Point, but now we're back downtown. So the Maryland's capital is going to be the capital of seafood this weekend with a crab soup kickoff. We have 19 different soups. Mike's also competing as one of those restaurants. Tons of oysters and beer, and it's the place to be.
That's right. The chef Mike Fearson is here. They call him Fear, guys. They're betting on Mike to whip up and win. So we have any surprises this weekend?
No surprises. We're going to be entered in 2 of the competitions with the soups, an alternative version and a cream of crab version of the soups. And hopefully we do our best.
Yeah, how plain spoken he is, but his nickname is Fear. That's right. Fear him. No secrets, man? You can't give us a little secret in the soup?
No secrets. No secrets.
Jalapeno?
No jalapeno.
Cashews?
No, we can't. Too allergic. People having issues.
Okay, he's not giving up the secrets, guys, but it's going to be a cook-off. You got to come check it out.
Mom's the word there.
Right, but taste test away. Yeah. All right.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, things are heating up today with temperatures in the upper 80s to lower 90s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain. That's ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And we are learning more about the text messages deleted from the state superintendent of schools' cell phone. After the break, Chris Pabst has the latest on the Project Baltimore investigation. It is 8:26 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, August 17th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Somebody that's been very excited today, our meteorologist. He's been like, here's normal level. He's been a little bit up here.
I think it's because it's Friday Eve. Is that right, Justin? And the weather's looking amazing.
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah. Whoa. I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. No, I'm excited for Meg's birthday. It's Meg's birthday eve. That's more exciting. I'm also excited for your Baltimore Orioles, Birdland. I know we haven't won the last 2 nights out there in San Diego. We've been up against some really good pitching on this road trip. So I wouldn't fret about a 3-3 record so far. Got the A's tomorrow night. O's are back here on Tuesday next week as the Blue Jays will be in town. Yard and gardening cast, yeah, get out there and get some of that yard work done this morning. You're good to go this afternoon. Upper 80s, lower 90s is what we're going to see, so definitely more on the humid side of thing. But look at tomorrow, 87, 85 on Saturday. That's why I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, because we got those temperatures that are going to be coming down, as well as the dew points that will come down as well. I'm even more excited for that. Another look at your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. Tom, what are you working on with the roads? Anything out there?
Well, you're drinking the dew while talking about the dew. Let's find out what Lens Solar Traffic Network has here. Yeah, construction. You see that little haze, some fog that's around the water here too. Construction in Belcamp causing slowdowns. 95 north, right after Maryland 24. You're used to this, but the right lane is closed, so even adding some extra time. You can see southbound lanes are really impacted more so, according to the map there, than the northbound lane. So if you're usually heading that way, be ready south of 95, and then the construction zone, that forever construction zone, it seems like.
The firefighter critically injured the day of the Stricker Street fire that killed 3 Baltimore City firefighters is speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News.
It's been more than a year of recovery for John McMaster, physically, mentally, and emotionally.
Now he's talking exclusively with us about his journey and the changes he would like to see so a tragedy like this does not happen again.
Olivia Dan's joining us now with this story.
January 24th, 2022 should have been just another day at work for John McMaster, but now it's a day forever ingrained in his mind. In the early morning, a call came in for a 2-alarm fire on Stricker Street. Once inside the home, McMaster and 3 other firefighters couldn't get out.
Something came down and hit me in the back of the head, and the next thing I know, it started crumbling down on us. Trapping us. I tried to remember was, pictures of my families and my friends. I tried to imagine them.
McMaster says death was at his door, but after minutes of being trapped, he felt tugging on his pack, pulling him out of the fire. After days at shock trauma, he learned his 3 fellow firefighters didn't make it: Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Kelsey Sadler, and Kenny Lacayo. McMaster was left with injuries, including memory loss and several burns. And as he continues his path to recovery, he's joined the families of the fallen firefighters, filing a notice of their plans to sue the city, saying the tragedy was preventable and they want the vacant home crisis addressed now. A line of duty report released after the fire confirmed firefighters were unaware of the danger inside the home and outlined departmental leadership and cultural issues. It also included pages of recommendations, some of which the fire union says the department has addressed, including marking vacant homes with red signs. But McMaster says it's all too late, as his life will never be the same.
I have better moments when I'm with my brothers and sisters, but you always know that you lost 3 of your brothers and sisters in a preventable fire. And that makes me sad also. Makes me angry. But it makes me sad that it seems like nothing's being done about this.
McMaster says they didn't know the house was vacant, but the hope now is that the city will address the safety of firefighters and the nearly 15,000 vacant homes throughout Baltimore. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
This morning, we are learning more about the 98 text messages deleted from the state superintendent of schools' cell phone.
Now, Chris Papps with Project Baltimore is joining us live this morning. Chris, the discovery now leading to some saying Mohammed Chaudhry should consider resigning.
It seems like more and more calls are coming for that, Tom. So just last night, another call came out for the People Empowered by the Struggle, which is a nonprofit in Baltimore City that is calling for Mohammed Chaudhry to resign, calling for the governor to ask him to resign after what appear to be clear violations of the Maryland Public Information Act. Now, we've been covering this for a while. Back on April 10th, Project Baltimore filed a public records request, a legal document, to get public records from the Maryland State Department of Education, specifically from the state-funded, taxpayer-funded cell phone of Mohammed Chaudhry, the state superintendent. But we have learned that 98 text messages are gone from that that were responsive to our MPIA request have been deleted from his cell phone. And we have just recently learned that he had his cell phone set to auto-delete text messages, all of them, after 30 days. Now, there are document retention policies. This does seem to be a clear violation of document retention policies, but also what's more important here is that 12 of the text messages that are of those 98 were not yet 30 days old when we filed our public records request for them on April 10th. But Tom and Megan, they too were deleted. It seems after we filed a public records request for them. That is a violation of state law.
Chris, when we look at what happens now, obviously, you know, those violations being looked into, but also his tenure being looked into as his contract is possibly up for renewal. Is there any indication on what the feeling is or what Governor Moore has to say about it or feel about it?
So Governor Moore has said that he is monitoring Project Baltimore's reporting, but he's not yet set to make a decision or to make a public statement. We're going to reach back out to them today now that we know that a state-issued taxpayer-funded cell phone had a 30-day auto-delete text message function on it that was enabled. Now, these are messages that belong to the public, paid for by the public, and this is for taxpayer-funded business, and we can't see any of it. All of it is completely gone. Now, the superintendent's contract expires in June of next year, but right now is when negotiations are supposed to take place concerning his contract extension, or if the Maryland State Department of Education and the state board is going to walk away from Mohammed Chaudhry and find somebody else. This decision has to be made within the coming weeks. It could even be made on Tuesday, the next time the State Board of Education meets. What are they going to do? Are they going to keep a superintendent on with the possibility that there could be criminal investigations, because it seems like we have proven there are violations of state law here? Or are they going to move away from the superintendent and bring somebody in new who is not going to have these potential issues moving forward? But State Board of Education's got significant choices that they have to make in the coming days and the coming weeks, and we'll be following all of it.
All right, Chris Papps, thank you. We appreciate it. Project Baltimore, of course, staying on top of this story.
Thank you.
Weekly unemployment numbers just coming into our newsroom. After the break, what the latest numbers mean for you and your wallet.
It will feel hot, hot, hot in Baltimore today with the highs in the upper 80s to 90s and low 90s. Mid humidity levels are increasing. Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. Time now, 8:38, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local and we're all morning. 8:40 now on this Thursday morning from the Live Center. Weekly unemployment numbers, they have just dropped. For the week ending August 12th, there were 239,000 claims, decrease of 11,000 from the previous week. Last week's claims jumped to their highest level in a month, but they are still averaging around what they were before the pandemic. Economists saying it's a sign the job market remains strong. Now at 10, we'll get the latest recession forecast from the Conference Board. Last month, they predicted we'd be entering a mild recession right about now. In other economic news, earnings week continues with Walmart set to report its quarterly results before today's opening bell in less than an hour. Economists watch this closely because it covers a broad array of goods, from clothing to home and car, even groceries. Well, that's helped to insulate Walmart during high inflation. The company has still noticed that shoppers are spending less on discretionary items, things they may want but not get, like new clothes. And we do know Target and Macy's both saw sales fall last quarter. Target blaming a negative reaction to its Pride Month collection. And of course, we just found out home mortgage rates passed 8% just about an hour ago, historic levels here. So we'll find out if that has an impact on opening bell at 9:30. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. In our 9 o'clock hour, why back to school doesn't have to mean attending a college or university.
Recovery efforts underway in Hawaii. Coming up after the break, the group from Maryland with their boots on the ground, plus what you can do to give the right support. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Happening now, the death toll in Hawaii stands at 111. There are around 1,000 people still unaccounted for.
Hospital in Maui full because of burn victims. Right now, they have around 60 patients that are ready to be released, but they need daily support, and hospital is having trouble just placing them.
Members of Maryland Task Force 1 are among the groups headed to Hawaii to help with recovery efforts after they were deployed from FEMA. But the 80-member team boarded buses before they headed off to BWI.
Joy Wang with our Sinclair sister station is at the FEMA headquarters this morning. She has more. Joy.
Maryland Task Force 1, they flew out of BWI late last night. They're expected to get there at 2 o'clock this afternoon, our time. Now, this is a group of highly trained individuals, but the battalion chief tells me they won't really know what to expect until they get on the ground. Here's what they do know, though. There is no infrastructure, no running water, no electricity, and that's why they're bringing all of their equipment with them, plus a variety of specialties on top of the first responders that are heading out there. We're talking about structural engineers, medical staff, hazardous materials personnel, ready to address any concerns they find on this mission. Now, there's about 70 people, a majority from the Montgomery County Fire and Rescue.
Everybody's going to work until they're told to stop, and that's kind of the philosophy. They carry in everything, they work for a period of time, and then they take a break, and then they're eager to go back and do the job. It's a very unique setup that we come with all of our equipment and all of our personnel, and we're able to operate for long periods of time in a general area, geographic area that has no support.
The battalion chief also tells me that when it comes to preparing for something like this, there's also a focus on mental health, and there will be programs available for the team when they're back. In Southwest, Joy Wang, back to you.
All right, Joy, thank you. Yesterday, Kurt Luthi, interim executive director for the American Red Cross of Central Maryland, joined our morning show live.
Now, Luthi says their teams have been on the ground since day one, trying to meet those short-term and long-term needs.
The first thing that they're looking for is a safe place to stay. And so we have 11 shelters right now. We've had over 4,000 overnight stays for people who have been displaced. And we're in those shelters, we're providing snacks, meals, information. It's a place where people can kind of gather and come in and find out what's happening, what the news is, what any new developments are. And then looking long term, you know, we have caseworkers that are there. We work with local and government officials to make sure that people have the resources that they need to start to take the steps to their own recovery.
He says the best way to support the Red Cross and help families is by a financial donation.
Well, there are 3 ways you can do so for the Red Cross. Visit redcross.org, call 800-RED-CROSS, or text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation. And of course, Hawaii, also Salvation Army, has a direct link there too, going to Salvation Army Hawaii for a direct donation.
Looking at 8:48 here, we want to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the forecast, very excited, and it doesn't feel like it feels like the weekend starts tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it does. Yeah. Well, Friday, for some, it's a weekend, right? I mean, you know, and we're going to see temperatures that will be cooler and less humidity as well. We're seeing some cloud cover right now, and O's didn't get the win last night, but they're back here on Tuesday next week to start a nice little home series that's going to be in the next Sunday, which means Sunday is the day that I have the first pitch. I'm going to be practicing and trying to figure out if I can I just want to get it over the plate. I don't care about like throwing a strike or anything like that. I just don't want to, you know, 50 cent it. So I definitely want to keep practicing, keep working on it. I got a good coach. See what happens with that first pitch next Sunday. 74 your tip right now, BWI. No wind to speak of. The dew point is creeping up a little bit at 68 degrees, and dew points today are going to get close to about 70. So you'll feel the mugginess that will be back in the air if you haven't stepped outside already. It's going to be that way throughout the day today. Now notice what happens Friday and Saturday. Much drier air is working in. Fantastic couple of days to be outside playing some golf, getting some lacrosse practice in, football, baseball, whatever you got going on. Should be some great weather to do that. 76 here in the next hour, 89 by noontime for golfers and any outdoor enthusiasts. And numbers today in the mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, right about 90 in Baltimore City, 87 Perry Hall and White Marsh. We'll see those numbers here in Harford and Cecil counties also in the mid 80s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up in the northeast, and Elkton at 86 for the afternoon. So here's a look at our temperature tracker. Numbers here are going to be about 90 today, 87 tomorrow. Notice we actually dropped below average on Saturday, and then those low to mid 90s into Sunday and Monday. So those numbers coming right back up after our little spike below average. Here's a look at your future scan. You can see the potential for a couple of stray showers, maybe a pop-up thunderstorm late this afternoon into the evening time. Not really for a lot of us. Really, it's going to be along and east of 95. Eastern Shore has a better chance of seeing some of that for the afternoon. Now tonight, The cold front's going to be coming in. We'll have some showers along that front and behind it in parts of Pennsylvania. And some of that might be right along the Maryland and PA line, but the dry air comes in after that. Friday, Saturday looking very nice. 18 days left until Labor Day. The Ravens home opener coming up in just 24 days from right now. And the official autumnal equinox is in just 37 days from right now. That's the first day of autumn. And those sunsets are already before 8 o'clock now. We won't get them after 8 o'clock again until May of next year. So breezy and a little bit cooler tomorrow. I'll have a high of 87. Back to the mid 80s on Saturday, and then those low to mid 90s return. As I mentioned, Sunday and Monday, we're going to heat right back up. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this shot. That's that world's largest rubber duck thing that was somewhere around here recently. So thanks for that shot. I appreciate it. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen.
Well, let's talk about baseball. Turning now to the O's. They sadly wrapped up their 3-game series in San Diego with a loss. After winning game 1, they lost the last 2. Still didn't get swept, and they're still in first place in the AL East. 2 games up over Tampa Bay. They'll be back at it in Oakland as they're taking on one of the last placed A's. First pitch, 9:40 Friday night. O's back home next Tuesday. Trending now, taking a live look over the Eiffel Tower this morning, where 2 drunk American tourists were reported sleeping inside the structure.
According to the tower's operator, security guards were making their rounds when they found the 2 men Monday morning.
Operator says the man bought their tickets Sunday, got past security borders in an area that is off limits. The guards woke the pair up before the landmark opened to the public.
The operator says the men appeared to have gotten stuck there because they were too drunk. Reports say Paris prosecutors were notified. It's National Elvis Week, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And when you think about Elvis, you think Memphis. Nope. Start thinking about Augusta, Maine. It's all shook up.
Very interesting. Elvis impersonators from all over gathered in Augusta to attempt to break a Guinness World Record for the largest gathering of Elvis impersonators. It will be some time before we find out if they actually beat the record. I was trying to count them up real quick. It's just too many.
Yeah, I don't know what the past record is, so it's difficult to tell how they could break it. But those behind the event say they wanted to mark Elvis's one and only performance in Maine, which took place 1977 at the Augusta Civic Center.
Wow. Enjoy delicious seafood right on the water. Mark Clark is at the Annapolis City Dock with more on the Maryland Seafood Festival that's happening this weekend.
And just because summer is almost over, it doesn't mean your time in the garden is also coming to an end. In our next hour, the plants that will thrive in fall-like conditions.
And you know what else thrives in fall? Keyword fall? PSLs.
PSLs, yeah. Or for the rest of us, not those cult members, you could just enjoy a regular coffee.
Because it's August.
8:56 this Thursday morning, topping your morning business report with a recall alert. More than or nearly 2 million dehumidifiers are now being recalled due to fire risks. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the recall affects 1.56 million dehumidifiers by home appliance manufacturer GREE or G-R-E-E. The company says it's received at least 23 reports of units catching fire and more than 600 incidents of overheating. The recall covers 42 models with several brand names, including GE, Kenmore, same company, and Norpol. Manufactured between January 2011 and February 2014, the agency says you should unplug the dehumidifier immediately and contact the manufacturer for a refund.
Third-party sellers on Amazon will soon be charged extra fees for not using the company's shipping service. The e-commerce site says starting October 1st, members of its Seller Fulfilled Prime program will need to pay a 2% fee on each sale. The program allows sellers to use a Prime badge on its listing without going through Amazon's fulfillment service. Sellers are also required as part of the program to fulfill 1- and 2-day shipping orders without additional charges to Prime customers. Interesting. Well, the Barbie movie has broken another record. The wildly popular film has crossed over the $537 million mark at the domestic box office to become Warner Brothers' biggest domestic release of all time. Barbie takes the top spot from the 2008 Batman movie, The Dark Knight. Wow. Barbie has been #1 at the box office now for 4 weekends in a row. My family helped aid in that yesterday. It is time now for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
You guys, we have one of the hottest trends from one of your favorite beauty brands and anti-aging brands, Wrinkle Schminkles. Now, every time they come onto the show, and they've been coming on since the very beginning, we sell out. So pay attention because this is a new product. These are their self-dissolving micro needle patches, and here's how they work. You simply peel off the patch, apply with a bit of pressure, and you'll start to see the incredible results. I like to wear these overnight, and they literally melt into your skin. The micro needles are actually crystals on the patch infused with ingredients to plump and hydrate your skin, just like micro needling, a favorite celebrity skin treatment that you can now do at home. Collagen and peptides melt away and infuse deep down into the skin, helping smooth those fine lines and wrinkles, whether it's around your mouth, by your eyes, between your eyes. We all have our areas. Now, most skin treatments sit on top of your skin. The patches work below the surface, and the results come from inside out, into the dermal layers of your skin. We always sell out on Wrinkle Schminkles, so do not wait on this. They come in a pack of 4, get a few boxes, try them out. Trust me, the results are fantastic. The deal on Wrinkle Schminkles microneedle patches is 25% off. These are a must-have in any beauty routine. Simply go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring back meteorologist Justin Chambers to join us. How's it going?
Not too bad, ladies. Talking about temperatures that are going to be warmer today, and we'll see more humidity. We've already seen that mugginess is kind of creeping up as you make your way outside. This is a live look here from our Towson cam, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, looking all good at the moment. And you can see those numbers are also starting to rise in terms of our temps. We're already close to 80 in Baltimore City and Rosedale over to Dundalk. Still hanging on the lower 70s in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley to Owings Mills. 73 your temp right now in Bel Air. So numbers will climb here. 82 next hour, mid 80s by 11 a.m. And we'll see those upper 80s and lower 90s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour for your afternoon. We do have some cooler temperatures and a lot less humidity as we head into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
It's 9:01 now. We are getting a fresh reading of weekly jobless claims and new insight from the Federal Reserve about what's next for interest rates.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill with those numbers. Atra.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. New, fresh off the press from the Labor Department, new jobless claims last week hit 239,000. That's a decrease of 11,000 from the prior week. So the headline here is holding steady. And this is really important. You know, we typically don't put too much weight on any one week's numbers or really any one month's numbers, but we're paying attention closely here because the labor market, the job situation has really proven to be the backbone of this economy, even as the Fed's interest rates are manufactured a slowdown that we're starting to see happen with consumer spending. Job market still looking good, at least in these last couple of weeks. Now, as we look at the broader picture and look at what's next, really the biggest question on the minds of economists and investors on Wall Street is, have we seen the end of interest rate hikes in this cycle of inflation? The Fed's preferred measure of inflation continues to decelerate, now at 3%. But there are signs, too, that Americans are turning more to credit cards, even though interest rates are rising, and do plan to pull back on some discretionary spending. A lot of retailers say they're planning for that in their latest earnings reports. All while many firms are backing off of their forecast of a recession. So everything I've just described paints a picture of the so-called soft landing scenario, which is good. Now, what we're seeing confirmed in newly released meeting minutes from the Federal Reserve is that even staff economists at the Fed no longer think there will be a mild recession at the end of the year. However, as much as inflation's improved, it is still not at the Fed's target rate of 2%, especially when you look at core inflation, which excludes volatile food and energy prices like gas prices. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell has been making clear for over a year now that he and his colleagues are laser focused on hitting their target. But according to these minutes, too, now we're seeing some signs that some at the Fed are more cautious about the dangers of raising rates too high. Anyone looking to buy a home right now knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, a lot of people facing that. Atra, let's switch gears. The Pentagon and the FBI are telling families of 9/11 victims that some of the terrorists behind those attacks may never face the death penalty. A lot of crushed families because of that. What's going on there?
So the Associated Press has obtained a letter that these families got from the Pentagon and the FBI telling them that the man believed to be the architect of the attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and 4 others that are currently detained in Guantanamo Bay, now have plea agreements that are under consideration that could end their decades-long prosecution. Of course, those years have been riddled with delays and legal battles over their detention, of course, the torture that they faced while in CIA custody. But keep in mind, these plea agreements are still just under consideration. But still, these 9/11 families are extremely upset. They are saying they believe the men should be put through a full trial and answer for whatever the outcome may be, if that is the death penalty. But the AP is reporting that these letters they received say that the U.S. military is going to consider those families' views in any final decision they make about whether or not to accept these potential plea deals.
All right. Atra Al-Nashar, live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Thanks.
City government works for the people, not the other way around. It isn't intended for people to provide, lifetime pensions and lifetime jobs for people. It's to provide services.
This morning in a city in crisis, frustration is growing within City Hall. Despite a dwindling population, the size of Baltimore's mayor's office is reaching historic highs.
Olivia Dance joining us now from Federal Hill with a closer look at the numbers. Olivia.
The problems in Baltimore are not because the mayor's office is short-staffed. In fact, the numbers show that staff and salaries in his office are reaching historic highs. Despite that, residents here in the city are moving out. There are now 40,000 fewer people living in Baltimore than there were 7 years ago. So let's take a look at the data. 7 years ago, the mayor's office had a staff of 39 full-time employees and a budget of $5.2 million. Today, the mayor's staff has soared to 103 full-time employees and a budget of $17.1 million. That's 3 times the budget of 7 years ago. During a City Hall budget hearing 2 months ago, council members questioned why the mayor's staffers and their salaries keep expanding. City Manager Faith Leach says the historic staff size is due in part on the addition of 13 new development positions in the mayor's office, ones that come with 6-figure salaries.
We want to recruit talented people to manage large-scale infrastructure projects for the city of Baltimore. We're going to have to pay them over $100,000 to do it.
Ripsy Morgan leads a watchdog group and says the ballooning staff at the mayor's office points to one glaring problem. Take a listen.
There's a serious lack of efficiency. When the people who are there cannot do the job or are unable to do the job, the answer isn't to just hire more people.
With 103 City Hall staffers, the Baltimore mayor's office now outpaces similar offices in larger cities like Boston, where the mayor's office only has 61 employees. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Fox 45 News is also investigating payroll concerns surrounding the mayor's office. The Board of Estimates recently approved a new communications position with a salary of more than $200,000. Mayor Scott's former chief of staff, Kezia Kager, left her post in May, and she was making $225,000. But she is still on the payroll at $160,000 as a special assistant. City Council President Nick Mosby says he is not aware of what that role entails, saying there needs to be more communication about movement within the mayor's office.
We've talked to the administration and particularly the CA, Faith Leach, about communication and ensuring that the council's up to date. You know, obviously we never want to learn stuff through the media, and it's concerning.
Fox 45 News also found reason to believe that Kager didn't take a pay cut when she moved to her new role. We asked the mayor's office about her compensation in June. We're told that we would hear back at a later date. So far, we have not received a response.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore city government has gotten too big? Looking at the results coming in, 97% of those who have responded so far say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Developing now, police continue their search for the driver they say caused a collision in a hit and run, killing an 88-year-old woman this week.
Now, Fox 45 News is speaking with a man who says he heard the crash. Shannon Lilly joins us with his account and an update in the investigation. Shannon?
The driver involved in that deadly collision is still on the loose this morning, but police are hoping that with your tips, you can help change that. In fact, they are releasing photos of what the suspect vehicle looks like. We want to pull those up here on your screen. Take a good look there. The vehicle is a white Ford F-150 flatbed truck similar to this one, but police say the vehicle they're looking for should have damage to the front of it. Now, the crash happened on Monday. 87-year-old Clarence Hall was sitting on his porch when he heard a bang. He jumped in his car, drove to the intersection of Callaway and Liberty Heights Avenue to find this.
Got out, and there was a car over on the other side over there. It looked like it ran into that pole.
Police say inside that vehicle was 88-year-old Barbara Logan. She was rushed to the hospital where she died later. She's the victim of a hit and run. Investigators say Logan had the green light and was driving through the intersection when the driver of that white Ford ran the red light, colliding with Logan's car, and then just kept going.
That's terrible. So I just hope they find whoever did it.
Hall added that he is frustrated by the lawlessness in the city. In the meantime, police are asking anyone with information to call 911. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. A major political battle ends with North Carolina voting against children having gender-changing medical procedures.
Tom Rogers is in our live center with the veto that was overridden. Tom.
Yeah, parent rights win in North Carolina, while others are saying no, it was a loss for youth who want to change their gender before they turn 18. Now, just about 12 hours ago, the Republican-controlled General Assembly overrode the Democratic governor's veto of legislation banning what some call gender-affirming care. GOP supermajorities wrote a bill barring medical professionals from providing hormone therapy, puberty-blocking drugs, and surgical gender transition procedures to anyone under 18 with limited medical exceptions. The policy takes effect immediately, but minors who had begun treatment before August 1st may continue receiving care if their doctors deem it medically necessary and their parents consent. North Carolina becoming the 22nd state to enact legislation restricting or banning gender medical care for trans minors. Both chambers also voting to override Cooper's veto of another bill banning transgender girls from playing on girls' sports teams from middle and high school through college. That bill also immediately became law. NC legislators also voted and passed a ban on public school teachers calling and treating students by a different gender until their parents are made aware. National LGBTQ groups, though, say they will bring these laws to the Supreme Court as more states are passing laws banning life-altering procedures until 18 years of age. That's the latest from the Live Center.
The Harford County executive is pledging to increase protection along the popular Ma Pa walking trail. Still to come where his plan stands and what exactly it entails.
But first, the back to school countdown continues. How that doesn't necessarily mean back to college or university. 9/11 on Good Day Baltimore. So
For many college-age students, back to school doesn't have to mean back to a college or university. Program Director for NCIA, Eric Brown, is here to tell us about vocational school and why that might be the best choice for some folks. Let me get myself attached here again. There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so first of all, tell me who you are. What's NCIA?
So NCIA is an organization that's been around for over 45 years, and we provide institutional alternatives to traditional education and services. So as a company, we have a level 5 high school, we have a vocational training school, and we also have residential services for people with developmental disabilities.
So if I'm college aged and I'm thinking maybe I don't want to go to college, maybe something else, what are the things that I should consider to decide whether the college route is the best one or something like what you all offer is better?
I think two things should be considered. Your career path, so what it is that you really want to do, and then do you have the time and luxury to spend 4 years embarking upon that? So some of our students will come to us as a stopgap to start a career. They may not have the time or the luxury to wait 4 years to earn income. And then some students will come to us because trades are things that have been around and they're lasting, proving the test of time. And so they want to embark on a career where they can earn a livable wage, become a professional, and start supporting their families.
And know that there's always going to be a job. I'm always going to need, you know, that kind of thing. So talk about what those things are. What are the different kinds of trades and vocations that you all offer at the school?
Sure. So at NCIA, we have CDL Class B, which is commercial driving, automotive repair, HVAC, and drone piloting.
Drone piloting.
Yes.
I'm guessing that's new, since that is,
you know. New. So we have a special program for veterans.
Okay.
And so we believe that anyone who served this country should not have to receive support. So if you're a veteran that receives food stamps or SNAP benefits, we created a special veteran initiative program. And so we have a lot of veterans that will come and take advantage of our drone piloting program. And it aligns them with a career that's along the lines of what they've trained for.
That I can see that. That makes perfect sense. All right, so when you talk about the 4-year commitment, if you're going to a college, what is the commitment if they do one of your trades?
17 weeks.
Whoa,
and
that's a huge difference. Wait a minute, and you said it's free?
It's free. So there's no student loan, there's no debt at the end of it. It's 17 weeks, it is a free program, and you will be, of course, if you're in the CDL program, you get a CDL driver's license, automotive and HVAC, you'll both receive 4 industry-recognized certifications. And we also will connect you with a case manager, we have an employment specialist, so we provide the training, you get the certifications, and then we help you embark on a career.
That is pretty awesome, which, I mean, makes sense why people want to come to you guys. All right, so we're going to give them information about how to get to you, because I'm guessing a lot of people want to know that now. If you want information on NCIA's programs and options, you can reach out to their recruiter, Brian Reddy, and the number and the website right there on the screen, 443-865-2459.
As the countdown to back to school continues, Fox 45 News is your back to school headquarters. Scan that QR code right there on your screen to check out all of the stories that we have posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/backtoschoolhq. 9:17 is the time. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been counting down till the first day of school. How's it looking now? What are we up to?
The bus is in the middle of getting the big overhaul that we do every summer, where we get a new paint job and it gets the oil changed and, you know, everything looked at to make sure we have a strong bus stop forecast for you come in 11 days from right now. That is a Monday, August 28th. Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Arundel counties, and then the day after Labor Day for Carroll County. Eastern Shore counties, you're also getting after it. Queen Anne's and Talbot County in 11 days from right now, and just 19 days left for Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County. So also going back right after Labor Day. Really pretty shot right here from our Towson area. You can see traffic moving along. A few clouds kind of hanging around. It's already muggy out there, and those dew point temps are going to slide back into that kind of gross category today. So a bit more humid in terms of your conditions for later this afternoon. But a good day to hang in the pool. Marco. Marco. All right, good. Few people are playing. Fish out of water. All right, 82 your temp next hour. If you are maybe having the last couple of weeks of the pool being open, I know a lot of them close on Labor Day, which is coming up right around the corner. 90 by 2 p.m. Make sure to get the UV index. Make sure to get the sunblock on, because the UV index still is in the very high category. Our temperatures in the mid to upper 80s across central Maryland for your highs today. Right about 90 in Baltimore City, 85 Annapolis, Eastern Shore. You're in those mid to upper 80s as well. Had some foggy conditions out for you a little while ago on the Eastern Shore, but that fog will continue to burn off with more of that sunshine. And if you're heading down the ocean looking for upper 70s today, may see a late day shower or thunderstorm areas east of 95, which includes the beaches. But Friday and Saturday looking great. Upper 70s, low to mid 80s, dry conditions. You can go ahead and get the car cleaned up too. Even though we may have a stray pop-up shower storm, overall we are going to stay dry. So 3 greens across the board for your car wash cast. Here's what I was talking about on your future scan. You can see a couple of those little pop-ups here coming from the south and moving through our area in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Again, maybe a stray pop-up storm, but overall not talking about a lot of rain. And then our cold front's going to come through tonight. So early tomorrow morning, some showers right along the Maryland and PA line. But for the most of us, we are going to stay dry and really drying out nicely by tomorrow afternoon with plenty of sunshine, actually breezy and cool. Saturday, you're going to wake up with almost fall-like conditions in the morning time, and this is Saturday afternoon. I mean, nothing but sunshine and less humidity for the day. Even Sunday's looking pretty good. We're starting to heat back up once we get into Sunday afternoon as well. And speaking of that holiday countdown, 18 days until Labor Day. The Ravens home opener in just 24 days. They're getting ready to wrap up preseason training camp there. And then 37 days left until the autumnal equinox, the first official day of autumn. Here's your 7-day forecast. 90 today. back to the mid to upper 80s Friday and Saturday. Some of us on Saturday morning waking up in the 60s, some waking up in the 50s on Saturday morning. Maybe even some 40s in some of the mountain areas. And then low to mid 90s. Yeah, they're right back into Sunday and Monday of next week.
The firefighter critically injured the day of the Stricker Street fire is speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News. Still to come this morning, his journey to recovery and what he says could be done to prevent a similar tragedy from happening again.
Terrifying moments for a dad who was here in this sky zone with his 2 young kids when gunfire erupted. Just ahead, I'll have that interview shedding light on this weekend's shocking murder here in Timonium.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We all know Maryland crabs are a staple, have been for years, and their time to shine is happening at the Maryland Seafood Festival.
Mark Clark is in Annapolis learning how to make some famous crab cakes. Good morning, Mark.
That's right, I have Jeremiah and I have Rhea, and we are going to talk about the food. So Jeremiah, first give us the logistics.
Oh yeah, so before we get into the food, we're going to have some great cocktails. We have our Deep Eddy Crushes, we have our Jameson and Gingers, we have our Yingling and Miller Lights and Blue Moons. But how do you wash it down? With great seafood. So what's cool about this festival, we have 6 different local Annapolis restaurants and 2 more providing samples. So Dock Street, where we're here, we're doing crab balls. Middleton's our famous oyster shooter. We have McGarvey's with their crab dip. We have tuna poke coming from Federal House. Seared tuna from Market House, and Green Valley's bringing a Bayou Bomb, and then Jimmy's is bringing a crab egg roll. So you're going to want to check all these out. You can go grab more food later once you've tried the samples at the show.
And so Rhea, is this the star of the show for you guys?
It sure is. This is our famous 6-ounce crab cake, and then our whole grain mustard tartar sauce. And then we have here a little mini version that we'll be serving at the Maryland Seafood Festival.
Well, you know, we'll have to try and see, make sure everything's okay. So of course, you guys are known for your famous crab cakes and crab balls. Let's go. Wait a minute.
There we go.
delicious. And I saw Jameson and ginger, was this?
Yes, yes it is.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, guys.
Right.
That's a Jameson right there. That looks pretty good. All right, Mark, thank you. We'll put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Cheers.
Well, today we are partly cloudy. We're warmer. We're more humidity. I feel that for sure.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we could see showers move through the region. And before we head to break, we have some tips on how to transition the summer flowers into fall. 9:26 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Lexi.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 9:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and it's nice out there right now. A little humid, but it's nice.
I'm starting to feel it in here. I can always tell what it's like out there by what it feels like in here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, ladies. We're going to talk about temperatures warmer today, more humidity as we get back into the afternoon. Very typical August-like day, so we had a little break from it, but then we get a couple of days of breaks from the humidity as we get into tomorrow and Saturday as well. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, mainly calm conditions now. A little bit later this afternoon and evening, that wind is going to pick up, so we do have a small craft advisory out there for boaters and watermen. Be aware of that for the evening time. Mid-60s in Oakland, 75 your temp in Westminster, almost 80 in Baltimore. We're at 74 in Laurel and 75 currently in Bel Air. So warmer and more humid today, cooler and drier for the weekend, and then we heat right back up next week. So topping out at 90 today, we're back to the upper 80s Friday and only mid-80s on Saturday. We'll take a closer look at that 7-day and even that 10-day forecast, all coming up in a few.
Well, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads at this hour in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. There was an accident in the city. It has been moved. You're taking a look at 95 South at Maryland 295. Cars are able to make their way through that area now without any issues.
The firefighter critically injured the day of the Stricker Street fire that killed 3 Baltimore City firefighters is speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News. It's been more than a year of recovery for John McMaster physically, mentally, and emotionally.
Well, now he is talking exclusively with us about his journey and the changes he would like to see so that a tragedy like this does not happen again. Olivia Dance is joining us now with his story. Olivia.
January 24th, 2022 should have been just another day at work for John McMaster, but now it's a day forever ingrained in his mind. In the early morning, a call came in for a 2-alarm fire on Stricker Street. Once inside the home, McMaster and 3 other firefighters couldn't get out.
Something came down and hit me in the back of the head, and the next thing I know, it started crumbling down on us. Trapping us. I tried to remember was, pictures of my families and my friends. I tried to imagine them.
McMaster says death was at his door, but after minutes of being trapped, he felt tugging on his pack, pulling him out of the fire. After days at shock trauma, he learned his 3 fellow firefighters didn't make it: Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Kelsey Sadler, and Kenny Lacayo. McMaster was left with injuries, including memory loss and several burns. And as he continues his path to recovery, he's joined the families of the fallen firefighters, filing a notice of their plans to sue the city, saying the tragedy was preventable and they want the vacant home crisis addressed now. A line of duty report released after the fire confirmed firefighters were unaware of the danger inside the home and outlined departmental leadership and cultural issues. It also included pages of recommendations, some of which the fire union says the department has addressed, including marking vacant homes with red signs. But McMaster says it's all too late, as his life will never be the same.
I have better moments when I'm with my brothers and sisters, but you always know that you lost 3 of your brothers and sisters in a preventable fire. And that makes me sad also. It makes me angry, but it makes me sad that it seems like nothing's being done about this.
McMaster says they didn't know the house was vacant, but the hope now is that the city will address the safety of firefighters and the nearly 15,000 vacant homes throughout Baltimore. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Turning now to counties under pressure. A father who was at Sky Zone with his 2 children is recounting the split-second decisions he made to keep them safe from gunfire.
Shannon Lilly joining us in Timonium with the interview that is shedding light on this weekend's shocking murder. Shannon.
Just harrowing moments for this dad. He took his kids somewhere he thought they'd be safe. In fact, he says they've been coming to this Sky Zone trampoline park for years. But the fun, the music and laughter quickly turned to something else inside the main trampoline area when at first they heard 2 pops.
And I looked to my left, immediate left, and that's when I realized it was not firecrackers or balloons. And then he just unloaded everything in the magazine.
Locke describes seeing a man in the nearby foam pit and then another man with a black and silver gun standing over that man. And then it was fight or flight. Locke grabbing his 2 young children and running.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I didn't know if he was reloading. I just know he emptied everything and I wasn't sticking around.
Charging documents now reveal 30-year-old Quentin Walker was visiting his daughter at the trampoline park before getting into the violent and deadly encounter with his ex-wife's boyfriend. Walker later turned himself into police and is now behind bars, charged with murder. Now, in the meantime, Locke says he is not sure if or when his family will return to this trampoline park. He's also now reevaluating plans to visit the fair or be in any large crowd because that sense of safety that he had is gone. Reporting in Timonium, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Harford County Executive Bob Casserly is pledging to increase protection along the popular Monpaw walking trail in Bel Air.
It comes over a week after the discovery of 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body was found on the trail. Tuesday, Casserly announced cameras will be coming to that trail to help keep an electronic eye out. Specifically, he says security will be increased along the trail's isolated areas, below bridges and through some of the thick forest coverage. Right now, he is still working with BGE and private contractors to determine exactly where the cameras will be placed, how much they'll cost, and when they will be installed.
In the meantime, folks are going to have to rely upon additional police patrols, but also their own public safety awareness. Walk with a friend. Don't go at dusk. Carry your phone with you.
Fox 45 News spoke with residents that tell us cameras are a welcomed investment and that they hope it will prevent future tragedies and provide peace of mind.
Coming up, the Blind Side movie story becomes much more dramatic in real life. What the couple who took in NFL player Michael Orr says they're going to do today.
And we are going to be more humid today, and showers could move through the region later tonight. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when it's going to dry up and how your temperatures are holding up. 9:36, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The famous case involving a former Raven football player and the family who took him in could be headed for a resolution.
Tom Rogers in our live center now with the blindsided challenge at hand. Tom.
Yeah, that's right, Megan Patrice. The media outlets headlines reading that the Toohey family was blindsided by NFL football player Michael Orr, suing the family for past assets he said is well overdue. Totals nearing $20 million. Sean and Leanne Toohey say they are devastated and somewhat shocked by the suit and claims. Their lawyers says they intend to enter into a consent order to end the conservatorship over 37-year-old Orr today. Orr is set to release his second book, and some speculate this controversy helps him with sales of the book, while the Chewies have admitted they have had an estranged relationship with Orr for nearly a decade now, claiming Orr has become more and more vocal and threatening. Well, going back to the Blind Side movie proceeds, the attorneys for the Chewies said they estimated each of the Chewies and Orr received $100,000 apiece, and the couple paid taxes on Orr's portion for him. Quote, Michael got every dime he had coming, per their lawyer. That lawyer going on to say they don't need his money. They've never needed his money. Mr. Chewy sold his company for $220 million. Well, the Chewies are also saying that Orr knew all along about the conservativeship and has publicly recognized it 3 times in interviews and in his book. Orr still claims that he was duped. Orr was the 23rd overall pick in 2009 draft out of Mississippi, and he has spent first 5 seasons with the Ravens, where he won a Super Bowl. He played over 8 years in the NFL. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Well, still to come this morning, the countdown to playoffs is on for the MLB, the Orioles' latest games, and what's next for the Birds. But first, preparing your summer garden for fall, how you can make sure those summer sprouts last just a little bit longer. 9:41, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Take a look at some of these beautiful flowers. What we're doing right now is transitioning, though. We're going from these hot, humid days to some cool fall nights here. And thank goodness we have Bell Nursery joining us. We have District Manager for Bell Nursery, Carol Jacobs, here. And Carol, I mean, the presentation is always spectacular. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me. I mean, it's really easy to make this presentation because we've got the most amazing plants available at the local Home Depot for everybody to come and shop. And like you said, it is hot. It is really hot out here. I'm sure people have planters that nobody watered for them. Things are just looking a little leggy.
Can we bring them back if they're still looking?
You can give them a little haircut. And, you know, definitely you could like take some snips and snip some things back. But really, we've got some freshening up things. We have these beautiful dahlias, we've got vinca, this coleus, which is a beautiful bright color. We've got things like that if you want to add to your annual planters.
So
we've got this
do you think that's
calibrachoa.
the best thing to do, is to add some new ones to some of the the other summer
I think
plants?
that's a great option. The other option, which is something I like to do, these are all perennials. This is a little tiny shrub. This is a coral bells and an echinacea.
Very pretty.
I just popped it in this pot. You've got a planter. Guess what? Fall time, you want to put mums in here? These can go in the garden.
I was just going to ask you that, Carol. You read my mind, because it's a little too soon for mums, though. What time
we have
September,
them,
October?
I think definitely when it cools off. It's still hot days.
Okay. And when we look into fall, I mean, we start seeing the black-eyed Susan looking like flowers. Is this what's going to start popping up right now?
Yes, we're going to have all of these beautiful. We have like the cone flower. We have the cone flowers in many colors. This is actually called, it's a cross between a black-eyed Susan and echinacea. So, and we've got these beautiful shrubs. Shrubs, it's a great time. You know what? If you don't feel like planting them now, we've got roses. Put them in a pot.
I was just going to say, you brought the roses in. Is this a good time of year to plant the roses if you're doing perennials?
I wouldn't plant it today, but like we were just talking about, the weather's cooling off. Plant in the evening, get them well watered. And if you don't want to plant right now, put them in a pot on your deck, on your patio, and then you know what? When it's cooler in the fall, plant them, because all this is available now.
So when you look at the
gorgeous.
bigger shrubs and trees too, isn't fall the better time to be planting all of that?
Absolutely. And you definitely want to just make sure you water when you plant, and everything we talk about want to refresh for this time of year, fertilize.
Yeah.
Fertilizer's the best thing.
And fertilize like Miracle Grow type stuff, or is it
whatever
the soil?
anybody's like, whatever everybody likes to use, any brand, your favorite brand of fertilizer. Just, it rains, we water, and all the nutrients leach out. So we
One
want
more
to fill
question
that.
for you too. When you first water or first plant a plant, do you have to water it every single day to keep it going? And
Yes,
for
you
how
do.
long?
Yes, you do. Definitely the first week. And depending on our temperatures here, which get quite crazy, I would just water it every day. I'm an evening waterer because I'm out early in the morning going to work, but I water in the evening, and make sure you water the soil and not the foliage.
Beautiful. These colors, oh my goodness, Carol, thank you.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate it. And obviously, not fall yet, because Patrice, it is summer. Full swing summer, no PSL time out here right now.
Summer. Yes, it is summer, and it looks beautiful out there. No PSLs. Hint, hint, Justin. All right, so if you are trying to soak up some of the last sun of the summer, this weekend is going to be perfect. Temperatures only in the 80s, taking you live to Ocean City. What a beautiful shot there. The Inner Harbor, Towson. As the back-to-school countdown ends next week for some people going back to school in Maryland, but still, we're in summer. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
That's a really good point that she said, too. Obviously still warm, but I forgot about the watering thing, that you're only supposed to water the soil and not like up on top of it, because the leaves kind of protect it or whatever. So, yeah, good thing to know. Great tips. And, yeah, you are exactly right. It already feels like summer outside, and it will continue to be that way later today, as we're going to be heating up today and bringing more humidity. Those levels are coming up for the afternoon. Tuesday night, that is the next time we'll see your Baltimore Orioles here in Birdland there at Camden Yards. Didn't get the win last night, unfortunately, but it's all good. We're still in first place by 2 games, and we have the Oakland A's on deck tomorrow night. 79 your temp at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Look at that dew point, already 71 degrees. So this is what I was talking about, those dew points hanging in the 70s today. But tomorrow and Saturday, dew points drop considerably. Those will be nice mornings to be outside and get the watering done, get the planting done, and setting things up for your fall gardens. 82 by 10 a.m. over there at Owens Mills, and numbers here into the upper 80s and lower 90s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Maybe you're thinking happy hour for a Thursday, and we're seeing temperatures hanging in those upper 80s as well. So check these numbers here across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mainly mid to upper 80s for your highs, right about 90 in Baltimore City, a few degrees above average for this time of year. Hartford and Cecil counties also in the mid 80s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, over to Perryman, northeast at 86, 86 as well in Elkton. And Eastern Shore numbers, you're going to see cities, you're going to see those numbers in the mid to upper 80s for Chestertown and Rock Hall out through Centerville, right about 88 for your high this afternoon. Now, numbers here in terms of fall, and yeah, 37 days officially to the autumnal equinox. But meteorological fall starts in 2 weeks from tomorrow. That's September 1st. And that's Labor Day weekend. It is right around the corner. So here's our temperature tracker. Check what's going on with these numbers. 87 tomorrow, 85 on Saturday. So we slide below average. And then Sunday and Monday, we go right back up to the low and mid 90s. And we've got 90s pretty much all of next week. So there's still plenty of summer heat to go around. Now, later today, we may get a stray pop-up shower or thunderstorm, especially east of 95 out toward the eastern shore. Maybe makes its way as close to Baltimore City, but it's not going to be much. Just a stray pop-up storm will be possible. Then the cold front comes through tonight, early tomorrow morning. Some showers kind of riding along that front, mainly in Pennsylvania. But by tomorrow afternoon, actually breezy conditions. That northwest wind will pick up, and that's going to start the drying process as we get into Friday and especially on Saturday. Saturday, the marquee or the best day of the week, in my opinion. I've been circling this one on the calendar for a couple of days. Now, right back into the lower mid-90s into Sunday and Monday, so you can see those temps climbing. But notice, really, after today, we have no real rain in sight as we have a dry forecast ahead.
Trending now, Barbie is officially a big screen record breaker. The wildly popular film has crossed over the $537 million mark at the domestic box office, becoming Warner Brothers' biggest domestic release of all time. The film, starring Margot Robbie, taking the top spot from the 2008 Batman movie The Dark Knight. Barbie has been #1 at the box office for 4 weekends in a row. I love it. Woman director. You go, Barbie. Well, Princess Peach is being honored with her very own cookie. Super Mario fans can try, starting now, to win one of 5,000 Princess Peach cookie packs. Each pack includes Oreo cookies dipped in white fudge. They're covered in sprinkles and feature images of Princess Peach and her castle. Does that make you want to sing the song?
How's the song go, Patrice?
Peaches, peaches, peaches.
I wanted to hear you sing it. Turning now to the O's. They sadly wrapped up their 3-game series in San Diego, and it was a loss. They won game 1, though, 4-1, then lost game 2, 3-10. And last night, the Padres came out on top, final score 2-5. Today, the Orioles are off, get back together, and then tomorrow they're going to be back at it in Oakland as they take on the Athletics. The first pitch there, 9:40 p.m.
Well, when it comes to the Women's World Cup, the final is set. After England's sterling victory over host Australia, they'll take on Spain in the final. Both countries are appearing in the final for the first time. Kickoff is this Sunday morning, 6 a.m. Coverage begins at 5 right here on Fox 45.
Well, today we will be partly cloudy. Temps will reach the upper 80s. How will that hold up for the first day of school? Well, meteorologist Justin Chambers has that coming up in his 10-day forecast. 9:52 now on Good Day.
Well, it's still a nice morning. It's a little bit on the muggy side out there, so just be aware of that if you're going to be heading outside. And you can see a really nice shot here with the 10-day forecast. 90 for today, 87 tomorrow, breezy and cooler, mid-80s as we head into Saturday. And overall, not bad on your 10-day forecast. It's still summertime, and we have a summer baby here. Oh, who's for?
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Meg.
Thank you to you.
It's an ice cream.
Happy birthday,
Look,
dear
Megan.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, but the numbers are wrong. I'm 20, guys. I'm 20.
We only had a fourth. That's the only thing we had in the door.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that makes
I was
sense.
like, no matter what, it was going to be something with a 4 in it. So
40.
Isn't that crazy?
I know. That's all I can
You
say.
look good, you feel good. That's
Just
all.
a number.
I mean, life is good
And
for
we're
you right now.
going to give you tomorrow off for your birthday.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, should I blow it out?
Yeah. you
Yes.
should.
Did you make
Did
a
you
wish?
make a wish? Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
Yay!
Thank you.
Ice cream cake for me.
Ice cream cake.
Ice cream cake. It's melting as we speak.
Ice cream cake is the best.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
So where are the plates?
We're just going to get spoons. Oh, wow.
That's
Thank
gone
you.
too.
From sales department.
40. I haven't.
Always